love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Can't all be beautiful.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Totally, back row.
We are back, baby. It is Friday night here in the Danger Zone, live with Murph. And for now, I have a clear microphone. Yes.
Sounds great. It sounds better than ever, Dane.
Hey.
And that's what it is, buddy. This everything in life, it's adversity. You know, we get knocked down, we get back up, and we're swinging. That's right.
You're never going to keep me down. Little tub thumping. Yeah, dude, Friday, man. Long ass week for me. But tell me about yours, man. How was your week, Murph?
It was it was interesting. I ended up running the route that I've been running for the past year and a half for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I put
like Alan Lazard.
I put 40 hours in those 3 days. Which, anyway, so yeah, it wasn't anything I wasn't used to. So, but Monday and Tuesday was decent, you know. And there's good days ahead. Good days ahead.
Indeed,
so either
man.
way, it was still a good week.
And just knowing that you don't have to do that every single week, I'm sure is a big burden lifted off.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty cool. I know the week didn't start great if you consider it starting on Sunday. We will get into that, I'm sure, ad nauseum tonight. Rough outing for the Jets, who seemingly did not really show up until about the fourth quarter. Tough, man. Tough. We expected some challenges, some bumps and bruises along the way. But I think that, personally, I think that the way it's manifesting these first 3 weeks have made it trying, man. It's trying indeed. Like, I almost wish week 1 was week 3. Well, I do wish that. Because then you can see like the building to something. But when you start here and then you go here and then you go here, like it's like a heart rate monitor, man. And one that I probably need hooked up to if this continues.
Yeah, I think my heart is going to discontinue if I keep following this fucking team, man. It's ridiculous. You know, even when I'm like, you know, everybody that watches the channel knows I haven't had high hopes for this team. I'm still invested in the games, man. Like I was pacing, I was jumping up and down. I yelled so loud, my kid came downstairs, like, "What's going on?" I was like, "The Jets scored!" of him, you know, and he was like, "Oh," so we had to do a JTS chant. It was a whole thing, like, and then only to get disappointed, and it's, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. It's life of the Jets fan, and I'm still as invested as ever. You know, I like I said, I expected this, but I'm ready to get hurt. Is what it is.
Yeah, and like I guess the one silver lining, well, there's a few silver linings, but like the one is like whenever that drive started where we scored an offensive touchdown, like before it, looking at the clock, looking at the scoreboard, you like every Jet fan is saying to themselves, you're down like two scores, two. I think we were down 17 points or something. Said to myself, all right, Tarad, now is if you are gonna make this a game, you gotta have a touchdown drive here. That offense knew it too, and they produced one, man. Capped off by a Garrett Wilson touchdown. It was a good drive. It was. And then obviously, you know, all I'm trying to say is the silver lining for me is they knew that we had to score. Tampa Bay knew that we had to score. We knew we had to score, yet we still scored. Now, there's other dark ass clouds hovering overhead for some very damning uh, performances and whatnot. And I want to get Wudi's thoughts on this too, so I'm not going to say too much about that. But like, there are some things to like. Some things. Not a lot, but there are some things, and that is high on my list is the fact that backs against the wall, need a touchdown or game over, we got one.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some grit there, and that's something that something the head coach was talking about. He was like, you know, I'm proud of these guys. They stuck in it. They didn't give up, and this and that, you know, and he's catching some flack for that, and rightfully so, because, you know, when at the end of the day, it's still in the loss column. Nobody's going to look at that later this season and be like, "Oh, well, man, they show grit in that one of 12 losses they have." You know, like they're not gonna do that. It's they're just gonna be like, "Oh, another loss." Yeah. So I don't know, but they did show some grit. Tyrod showed some grit, which I kind of expected he would, but it's, you know, too little, too late, and it wouldn't even been, you know, a heartbreaker if it wasn't for my guy, the weapon of mass destruction, Will McDonald, doing his thing. You know, I mean, we wouldn't even had that heartbreak. So I don't know, man. It's there's a lot to unpack there. We'll get more into it as we go. And you gave a little spoiler there, and I'm pretty sure it's on the preview for the channel or whatever too. But yeah, we got a great guest coming on, one of our favorites. I'm losing track of how many times he's returned at this point. We just can't help it. We keep bringing the guy on, but we do have a special guest tonight, and Wudi. So I'm excited about that too, man.
Gotta love when we can wedge Wudi right in the middle of the double D's, man. Gotta love it. I think this is. We joked the one time strike three and he was out. Man, there's been a strike four. I think this is strike five, and I'm here for it, man. I'd like I told him before, I'd book him once a month, man, if I could, cause we all hit it off so well, and he knows his shit. He's on other channels, but he doesn't always get to showcase the same side of himself as he does here. So I think he likes it too. Check him out on YouTube at Take Flight Talk. He's getting that baby up and running. He's more so on IG, I think, and TikTok, a couple other places. But got to get his YouTube going, and the best way to do that, man, is to get our 488 over there and subscribing to him as well. Speaking of 488, man, 500 round the corner.
That's right. Close.
Dude, we got to get 500 before we're 0-8, and then everybody logs off. So,
Before I log off permanently.
dude, it's funny because like if just looking at my analytics from last year, it's like September, October, November, December. Like, so yeah, we got to get 12 more. If you are listening to me now, throw your boys a solid. Just hit subscribe. Once we're in the clear, you can unsubscribe. That's fine. But sub us for the next month, and you will get at least 4 good Friday streams you can listen to on Saturday, Sunday, Monday in the car. Especially the first hour or two. That's when you really get the good quality, and then you know after that it's anybody's guess. But
Yeah, that's when we start breaking out the big guns.
we even then though we still stick to Jets.
We
but,
do.
but yeah, you get to feel our real innermost Jet thoughts. Anyways, we do have a couple splurges in the chat I want to get to. You know what? Let me just do this as well. Put them on display because they're starting to cook. Got the greetings. Amid, welcome, brother. Bill. Charles says, "What is up, bitches?" Love it.
What's up, Charles? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Wow Wave, I saw him down there as well. He's in the house here on a Friday night, man. Appreciate you guys. Hey, hit that sub, spike that like, and we are just hitting the tip of the iceberg here. We got stat like, and I do want to let our viewers know that like I have PFF Premium. If you ever need me to check a grade from a week, you want me to check grades for all 3 games, like the season summary grades. You ever want me to share screen, we can poke through it together. There's insights. I have NFL Pro as well. They have insights for Monday Night Football. I'm going to read you and Wudi when he gets here. Just to throw one out, just a throwaway one. Garrett Wilson has 8 consecutive games with 50 plus receiving yards entering this week. So slam that into your parlays, man. 8 in a row. He's going for number 9. I think he's also, if he gets 9 catches, he cracks the New York Jets top 10. Insane to think about. So yeah, for every sub we get tonight, Garrett Wilson will have catches, guys. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, 8 in a row, 50 plus. That's a good floor. What do you think of that one, Murph?
Hey, that's yeah, that's that. Like you said, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's a good floor, right? And we know he can do more than that. But dude, Garrett's still doing his thing. He is really trying to prove that he is what you call quarterback proof, right? You know, you say that with certain receivers. You would like to think like the top dogs, like the Jamar Chases of the world and stuff like that. You know, those are. But like there's other guys too, like the Terry McLaurins and stuff. How many quarterbacks has he had? You know, Garrett's in that category, man. I think he's still going to produce, and he's still likely to get that 1K yards every season, no matter who the quarterback is, unless he gets injured. You know what I mean? Knock on wood. But yeah, Garrett, dude, he's that dude. 50 yards as a floor, I'll take it. I feel like I wonder what his streak is for touchdowns, because I feel like he's gotten one every game this season, hasn't he? I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. But and another thing to think about too, Garrett in the clutch. Garrett showed up when we needed a touchdown. We needed that touchdown. We were out of the game if we didn't score there, and he showed up, you know. So that's important. You know, your young guys are showing up. Sauce Gardner, he got a little banged up. I think they thought he had a concussion, but he didn't, and he came back in towards the end. I thought he was out the rest of the game. I didn't realize until the end. Till I was looking something up at the end of the game, and I saw that he had come back in for like the final drive or two. That's good news. But yeah, where I'm getting at is you want to see these young players step up in the big moments, right? I don't know how much Sauce can do by himself out there because it seems like the rest of that defense is booty cheeks. But I don't know. We'll get into that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you spoke of a couple things I want to touch on. And the first, as my dog is, I don't know, scratching its ear or something over there. But the first is you said Garrett Wilson shows up. He shows up. Another thing you said is Sauce rises to the occasion or something to that effect. And it just makes me think of our guest tonight, man, who also has shown up. He's also going to rise to the occasion. Let me make sure he's ready to go. If he gives me a thumbs up or something here. Yeah, he is ready to go, man. We spoke of him earlier. Glowing remarks, as he knows, because we love this guy, except his running back takes. But aside from that, we love this guy. Let's bring him out. Bring him out. As I fumble things here.
Yeah, Wudi, don't rewind the video. Just trust us. We were talking good about you, dude.
There he is.
Yo, can you guys hear me? Perfect. Oh my God, you guys are the best. I'm back in the danger zone. Yes, I took the highway. We out here.
Wudi.
Yes. I appreciate you guys. Of course, classic cheers. You already know. Hey.
Yep. I started with an energy drink tonight.
Oh, okay. Hey,
little monster.
Gonna be bouncing off the walls a little bit.
But I'm using it as a chaser as well.
I think you got us beat tonight. You guys definitely got us beat. That is crazy. I was listening actually to the earlier part of the show. Dano, I definitely am about to take you up on that offer about the PFF. I low-key also have PFF premium, but I don't know how to use it like that. Like, to be honest with you, like, there's a lot of graphs and charts and numbers. You know, I've been hitting up Chris Collinsworth. He won't hit me back. So, Dano, we gotta dissect this at some point.
We do. We do indeed, brother. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like one of the super graphs and charts, but I can get grades for individual games so far. I can get season-long grades. I can get historical grades, but like the charts and the scatter plots and shit, that's beyond me right now. But and you don't like, I'm sure you're like this too. You don't like trust it like Bible, but it does help just kind of get a broad view of what the hell happened, who played well, who didn't, because it factors in missed tackles and it gives you snap counts and all that. The longer the season goes on, the more snap counts people get, the better of a picture you have. So like checking it after week 1 is not the best thing to do. But yeah, dude, I'm kind of curious because I got a new computer now. And before, if I shared screen, dude, my lips and shit would be so off sync because it was too taxing. Now, I'm kind of want to see if this computer can handle a share screen session. So let's chop it up a little bit, and then maybe at the tail end we can take a peek at some grades, if that's cool with y'all.
Hey.
Oh, there won't be a lot of
we'll see. I have faith. I have faith in the new computer. I got faith.
Damn straight.
There won't be a lot of those, Wudi. You said, hey, no, not for the Jets.
Oh, yeah,
Not
definitely will be
grades.
a lot of those. That's fast. Yeah. See,
you know what? Let me start off with a softball question. And it doesn't have to be long-winded. It could be short. It could be long. It's open to your interpretation. But pick one guy on this team through 3 weeks that you are most disappointed in. And just a full disclosure, mine will not be Brees. Do you have someone that's like really let you down so far? And whoever wants to go first.
Dane. Actually, no, Wudi, you go first. We always let the guest go first. Let's hear it, Wudi.
Damn. I was hoping there would be
Oh,
anyone but
okay,
me.
okay, I'll go. I got somebody, and it's gonna break my heart to say it because Dane's been giving me shit. I've been trying to make excuses in the group chat, and I just got to say it. Michael Carter II. He's not quite hanging in there, man. I don't know. Like, we needed him to be, prepaid Michael Carter II. We needed him to be that.
Yeah.
Because we have Sauce, and then Sauce is good. If Michael Carter's good, then it's like, okay, we're doing all right, but we can afford maybe a Brandon Stevens mess up here and there. Well, now we got Brandon Stevens and Michael Carter messing up, and Sauce is like, guys, I can only do so much here. Jesus, like, I don't know. So it's a problem, I don't know if the injury is lingering or if he's just getting back into the game, getting back into football shape. Maybe he doesn't do well in this type of scheme. I'm not sure. I feel like if you're a ball player, you're a ball player and you play well no matter what fucking scheme you're in. Doesn't seem like he's doing that though. So we're only 3 weeks in, so things can change. Things change throughout the season. But so far, I'm very disappointed in Michael Carter. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. That was that was a surprise for me. I felt like this was a trap. I was smelling a trap from Dane right here, trying to get me to say Brees. And on the offensive side of the ball, that might be an answer. I mean, he's definitely top 2 offensive side of the ball. I was a little disappointed in Tyrod, even though I thought he played well. Like at times, I was expecting a little bit more production out of him. He killed my parlay. I thought he was going to get 200 yards. He got 197. But anyway, my final answer for this is the dude who just got paid. And I actually think if you could apply almost everything that Murph just said about MC2, about Jamie Sherwood, who, oh, damn.
This is the first dude that popped in my head, actually.
Hey, but and no one wants to say that. No one, everybody loves to kick people out on the way out. Oh, they were nothing, they were garbage. But those are 2 guys that came into this league as safeties. Robert Saleh said, no, you're going to be a nickel corner. No, you're a linebacker, and turn them into all-pro caliber players. And they got paid as a result. Now Saleh is gone, and the same. What did we see with Bryce Huff last year on the Eagles? Everyone was like, "Yo, who is it? Like, why did we give this guy this contract?" But now he's back with Saleh in the Niners, and he's making game-winning plays again. So, if you're a ball player, you can ball. Maybe these dudes aren't ball players. Maybe they are Saleh guys that Saleh got the best out of, and now we gave them the bag and we're stuck holding it because they cannot adjust with Steve Wilkes.
I feel like, just tacking on to what you're saying there, man, I feel like a lot of us forget how good of a defensive coach Saleh really is. For all his faults, for all his lack of emotion on the sidelines, for all his lack of accountability for the players, for all his corny, cheesy hype lines that he had, little one-liners and shit. For all that and his really bad toothpaste commercial, the dude knew how to coach defense. Like, our defense was like, it wasn't as good as his usual defenses are when he was coaching last year, but he got fired pretty quick, man, end of the season, and the defense got even worse, in my opinion, after he was gone. Because, for instance, DJ Reed was a perfect example. I've been heavy on this. DJ Reed did not have that great of a year last year, but that first 5 or 6 games was phenomenal, and then it was a huge drop off after Saleh was gone. So it's just tacking on to what you're saying, though. Saleh was a hell of a defensive coach. So, maybe some of these players were not quite as good as what he made them look like. It is possible. But Aaron Glenn, he should know defense too. Steve Wilkes, he's been in the league 1,000 years. He should know defense too. Like, I don't know why these guys can't figure it out. There is talent. We know, all three of us know, everybody in the chat, you all know there's talent on this team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. There's no reason you guys can't put it together. Teams shouldn't be dropping 30 on us consistently. It's unacceptable.
It's disgusting. Like, it's so bad.
You guys literally stole my 1 and 2. I just want to make that clear before I give my third, because this guy I'm not fully disappointed in, but I am in a lot of ways. And you guys named 2 guys that we've paid in the last year, which that's kind of scary. It makes my temples sweat a little bit. Hopefully that's a flash in the pan and we don't even think about it again. The guy I'm about to mention, we may pay in the next year, but what I got to see is a more well-rounded ball player. And for my most disappointed in Jet so far, it comes with the expectations I had in my mind, which rules out Brees. But I'm going to say Will McDonald. Yeah. Will McDonald.
Excuse me, sir.
Really?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, that's.
Wait a second.
I mean, what were you expecting, Lawrence Taylor?
Hold on. Will McDonald has as many touchdowns as, I don't know, let me throw a name out there that only has 1 touchdown. Jeremy Ruckert. I mean, an offensive player. Will McDonald has probably, he's at least top 15 in sacks this year, currently. Like,
Definitely.
what did you expect out of him? Did you think he was going to be Micah Parsons this year or something? Like, we know he's not a great run defender. That's been, when we drafted him and he weighed 225 pounds, I'm like, okay, not a great run defender. I can tell you that right now.
Can I throw you?
Well, he does really well. Go ahead.
Fair.
Defend your case.
Man, Johnny Cochran over here. You present some good arguments, Murph. Let me ask you, how many sacks does he have on quarterbacks under the age of 41?
Quite the specific stat when we're 3 games into the season, okay?
All right, but the most damning thing is that I did kind of expect him to be better against the run. And I did kind of expect him to keep Clemens on the sideline. Bro is not even in the top 100 of defensive ends in run defense. Not even in the top 100. Okay, he's like he's 102 out of 116. He was dead last year. I guess he's improving. Yeah, 14 from the bottom. We have to take him off the field quite often and put Clemens in to play against the run, and that's why I'm disappointed, because that's not what I wanted. The only way I expected to see Clemens is if Jermaine couldn't handle the workload. Well, hell, I mean, he kind of didn't. But in week 1, Jermaine handled all the workload, 89% of the snaps, yet Will McDonald played 52 and Clemens played 55%. So, like, Clemens was coming in for Will McDonald, not for Jermaine. And yeah, bummer, man.
So,
bummer.
Can I ask you, like, it's our team's inadequacy at defensive end is why you're blaming Will McDonald for lacking. I'm just saying the guy behind Will McDonald is the reason Will McDonald sucks. Okay, gotcha.
the fact that the guy behind him is being preferred on first downs.
If this
that's a fair point. I think. Like, because if you're good enough, the guy behind you is not going to touch the field. But he has not been good enough. And I definitely agree with that. I thought heading into the season, Like if Jermaine is healthy, Jermaine to me is he is a defensive end. Like that is a dog. That is a guy great in the run. I mean, pick 6. You've seen it himself against the Browns. Phenomenal athlete, phenomenal up here, which matters a great deal. Where Will McDonald, he's the sack specialist, and we see it, right? That's what he has more sacks. I mean, more games with 2 sacks than just 1. Like he began the sacks in bunches. Sack specialist when the offensive line is beat up. There he is. But to play the defensive end position and be valuable, for as many snaps as possible, I felt like that has always been Jermaine. So, Dano, that's a shame on you for thinking that Will was on that level.
Hey,
Okay, hold on.
The 15 pounds got me. Go ahead, Murph.
Hold on now.
Okay.
Dane, you had to know you were going to get me lit. All right.
Yeah.
Take another swig of my drink.
That's how we start Danger Zone Live, baby. Spike the like.
I'm just saying. All right. Wudi, you just said he's a sack specialist. Well, what's he doing? I mean, he's doing what he's doing and more. He's blocking field goals and running them back for the fucking touchdown just to save our asses because of our inadequate offense. You want to blame the offense for Will McDonald sucking now too? I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing here? And beyond that, I just want to point out that in my top 3, if I was giving you 3 guys, JJ was in there because what the fuck has he done this season?
What? That is crazy. He got hurt. He got like that. Are you gonna? You're upset with
last
getting
year's
hurt?
Injury for this year's suckiness?
Nah, stop that.
Okay, what are we doing? Okay, I'm just saying.
The heresy.
Keep that energy when I swap it to the other side of the line. Okay, keep that energy because I don't. Does JJ have a sack? I don't even know. I don't think he does.
He does not. I don't think he does.
He's a run defense specialist.
I
Sorry.
mean, to be fair, he hasn't played 3 games like Will McDonald. Well, I mean, as much as he's on the sideline, I don't think Will has either. But
so Clemens is D1.
So you know what? I'm disappointed in AVT. How dare he? How dare he get hurt?
That is a disappointment. Honestly, it really is.
It is.
Yeah,
That is.
I'm glad that they didn't listen to me when I was telling them to pay him.
all right. That is.
Bro,
That's the tip of the negativity, I'm sure, tonight. But let's. The chat's already alluding to it. Spin it the other way. Can either of you guys, offhand, think of someone you are just the most pleasantly surprised about?
I got one, and you're probably going to take it.
It's a name that. It's a name that I believe someone said it. I think it was. How about my guy, the Long Island native Jeremy Ruckert? Man, come on now. He's been out here catching passes. All right, one of them for a touchdown.
Listen, that expectation was so low that you're like, "Holy shit, he caught passes! Let's go!"
His stock is up 800%.
He's got more catches than he does in his first 2 years combined.
Like we said, pleasant surprise. I thought it was a Mason Taylor show, and Taylor, he's been on the field, but it's Ruckert is TE1 for this team. That it alone is a surprise for me. But now that he's TE1 and actually converting on third down, catching a touchdown pass. I would say, especially for a team that, it's Garrett versus everybody else, Ruckert is proven to be a solid everybody else.
You were reaching so deep into that bag, dude. It was clear up to here on your digging in there to find something. I got an easy one for you guys, okay? Like it's an easy one. Like when you have guys that haven't played in the league, what are the expectations for them? I mean, you can go off a draft stock, but you really never know. And I'm going to say Armand Membu has been playing some pretty solid ball. For a rook, he's playing some pretty solid ball, and he's had some tough assignments. TJ Watt, week 1, you know what I mean? So I'm impressed by him so far. He's not been perfect, no, but I don't expect a rookie to be perfect. I think that, doing what he's done so far has impressed me. And really, the offensive line might be one of the only bright spots on the team. Dane, do you have somebody?
Sorry, what I was producing. What was your answer?
Mimbu. Armand Mimbu, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if the offensive line was a bright spot against the Bucks, but the other games, yeah. And remember, he still played great. Remember, played great against the Bucks. Olu, God,
yeah, Olu had a rough game. He
did. Yeah, it was crazy.
He did.
Penalty.
But even still, I don't think that they had a bad game overall. The offensive line, I just think we were just outclassed. I don't know.
Yeah,
but either way, I didn't say the whole offensive line is I'm saying Armand
Mimbu has definitely been
exceeded
the
expectations thus far.
Definitely.
The chat also mentioned Tipman playing at guard. There's not nothing to be said about that. I do want to give Tipman props. He's been good. He's not the weak link by any stretch. But my answer, and it's small sample size. It is. It's too soon for one, but like the guy also doesn't play a whole hell of a lot. But looking like somehow a good trade by our GM. Maybe multiple, but my vote's gonna be Jawan Briggs. When he's out there, man, like I don't know why Cleveland didn't have a spot on their 53 for the guy. I really don't. Pleasantly surprised is like perfect verbiage for that guy. Pleasantly surprised to where like we're not even, dude. A take last week was putting Quinnen on the end because we're that deep at DT now. Who the hell forecasted that a month ago? The guy. You know what I'm saying? Like now we're so deep at DT, we're okay just putting Quinnen on the end so we can get Clemens out of there. Never dreamed that would be a strong take in the fan base, but it was, and not one I hated. Murph even, I think, said go jumbo and try that.
I was the one that suggested it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I was watching Woody's face. I'm like, don't you doubt my take.
Dude, people ran with
faces over there, and I'm like, don't you doubt my take.
Maybe we would have fared better is all. And hey, we'll get into that, like how innovative should our staff be when things aren't working and whatnot. But thing is, dude, Briggs, for what we paid, it's good insurance. Harrison Phillips is playing great, but like I want to give the ribbon to Briggs.
I don't hate that at all. That's actually a pretty good one. I'm like Ruckert. No, but I will say that Jawan Briggs, like when we first got him, because we didn't have Harrison yet, right? So we're all like, all right, this is our guy. This is gonna be the dude beside Quinnen. Everybody's starting to look into him, look at PFF grades, and everything, and it's like, hey, he looks solid, and. And then we got Harrison Phillips, and it kind of overshadowed it because that's the name, right? Everybody knows Harrison Phillips. Like, hey, you want a stud nose tackle, you get Harrison Phillips. But then, like, he got overshadowed and everything. But I remember us, like, that first day, or I think it was all in the same day, actually. So that first
couple hours.
That first few hours of having Jawan Briggs, people's digging up. You go to Twitter and everybody's digging everything up on the guy, and you don't have to do any work for yourself because I'm too lazy to do it anyway. So works out great. I'm looking at all these statistics. I'm like, I look at some clips of him here and there, and I'm like, this kid has the makings to be the next like pickup that you don't give hardly anything for, but you get a lot in return out of him. Right, like who was it that we got? Well, JFM is one of them. Like like we snatched up JFM off the waivers. Like everybody's like, who this is, and then when you dig into it a little bit, and it's like, hey, he actually looked pretty solid when he was in the game, but the Rams are just so deep, They just had to let somebody go, and then we snatched him up. One of those types of cases.
Quincy.
I want to say Snacks Harrison was like that too. Maybe he was just an undrafted free agent and we got him. I can't remember. But, we've had some guys like that here or there where we got them for nothing, hardly, and they ended up exceeding expectations. And that might be a common thing for other teams, but for us, we're like, holy shit, diamond in the rough. So my point is Juwan Briggs, to me, like, he had all the makings to be that diamond in the rough type of guy, but it got overshadowed by Harrison Phillips. I'm glad that he's out there and he's making a name for himself. He's earning reps, because that's good, because it's unlikely we're going to re-sign Harrison Phillips after this year. He's probably a rental, likely. But Juwan Briggs, if he has a solid season, maybe we get him on a half-decent deal for a couple more years. I don't know. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of both. I would love to have both, honestly. I'm tired of just, the bare cupboard next to Quinnen. So, I don't think it's an embarrassment of riches. It's not like that crazy to me, right? So I feel like, I would love to have them both for the foreseeable future. I do agree they both have been playing solid. Juwan, especially has made the flashier plays. And, it's not as flashy as like a touchdown like Jeremy Ruckert, but, they've been making some flash.
That was the only catch he had that game.
Well, that's what happens when you're starting QB. Completes 3 passes.
I was just looking it up to see, because I'd said something about Garrett earlier, and I thought he had scored in every game, and I'm like, well, maybe not that Bills game. Let me check. And I looked, and I was like, oh, yeah, it was Ruckert. And it was 1 for 5 yards and a touchdown was his stat line. 1 catch, 5 yards for a touchdown.
Hey.
And Woody's over here exceeds expectations.
Yo, what's his name? Justin Fields completed 3 passes the whole game. Who was catching passes? It's Garrett caught 5, and then Ruckert 1. Tyler Johnson, maybe. Brees, I don't know.
Hey, does that exceed expectations for Justin Fields, though?
For Field, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get.
Oh,
dude,
that, I'm sure.
He was an honorable. He may have been an honorable mention for week 1, but you know who dodged a bullet in that first segment is Quincy Williams, man.
What? You've been disappointed in Quincy?
I feel like the entire linebacking room is underperformed. Like, they're largely invisible for huge chunks of games.
I feel like Quincy was making plays against the Bucs. Like, he was having his best game of the year and got hurt.
Fair. Yeah, but where was he the first 2 weeks? That's all I'm saying. A couple splash plays, but
there's a couple, because Romo had a whole segment of him gargling on there for a minute. He's the best screen linebacker in the game, man. I'm like, all right, dude.
All right.
Yeah, he's good. Let's calm down. Sometimes he gets a little over the top with it, but good.
Romo is a gargler. We're talking mouthwash, folks. Okay.
In between takes.
Trivia question that's going to lead into my next question. 3 players in the league, and chat, you can chime in too if you think you know the answer. 3 players have at least 140 rushing yards and 140 receiving yards so far, which is pretty good. The first 2, McCaffrey and Bijan. Can you name the third?
What? I'm sorry. You have to repeat that stat line again.
140 rushing yards and 140 receiving yards. And McCaffrey and Bijan are the first 2. I know it's not Brees. He wouldn't even bring this up if it was Brees.
Well, we know it's not Brees because we watch the games.
Well, no, he definitely has 140 rushing yards though. He just doesn't have.
It's close.
It is close. But in the first game, he had 1. That's what I was thinking.
All right.
The third, is it Jahmyr Gibbs?
Ooh, it is not Gibbs. Murph, do you want one answer?
I got another guess. If you don't
you have to give me just a second to think.
There's the chat. Maybe they'll. Woody, you'll
We'll
get
say
it.
John Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor. Very good guess.
Like it's wrong.
It's wrong. Woody, who's your second guess?
Damn, that was my second guess because he's on my fantasy team and he balled out the last game. That was my second guess.
Okay, we have guesses coming in. Greg says King Henry. That is not. Jonathan Taylor says Wild Wave. No. I think this is a guess, and if it is right.
Oh, damn.
Devon A-Chain.
Wow.
One of 3 multi-purposes backs, well, at least 45 yards a piece a game. Not bad. But it leads me to my next question. Does he get going against, do we have an answer for him to get 50 and 50 again? Or do we care if he does? How big of a weapon will A-Chain be? Especially.
He about to carve us the fuck up.
Talk that noise.
Like literally Thanksgiving turkey fucking carving us the fuck up. FanDuel right now, if it's legal in your state, come on now. Over on the yards, receiving, anytime TD score, throw that parlay in there. 50-50 TD score, throw that parlay in there. We've this has actually always been how, like, when it's a player surging, they surge even more against the Jets just about every time. And with running backs, I mean, even during, all the praise we heaped on Salah, even he had trouble in the later years of stopping that run. You saw the Bucs game. They were killing us with screens behind the line of scrimmage, and no one could tackle. Everyone taking bad angles. Like, it was horrible. And that's why I gave Quincy the credit, because Quincy was the only one actually stopping, the play. But Sherwood, Clemens, my God, like the angles that these guys were taking. Cisco, and that's supposed to be our last line of defense. It's if that's the case, he's been doing it because the Bills, are a solid defense. I mean, you saw what they did to us. Who else did they face? The Patriots. Vrabel is a good defensive coach. So if that's what he's been doing with them, come on now, it's barbecue chicken. 50-50 anytime TD, money in the bank.
Woody, I'm going to brush the Cisco thing under the rug there because I'm really trying to avoid getting burned on that take. Anyway, and then also I want to bring up, we were talking about last line of defense, and it made me think of secondary and tackling and stuff like that. I just want to put it out here. I really think Sauce is putting a lot of effort into his tackling. Like, I think he is much better tackler this year than he was last year. And that doesn't mean he's elite. He's not fucking Jalen Ramsey out there when it comes to tackling. But I think that the dude he's at least stopping the running back until somebody else can get there. And that's all you can ask.
Agreed.
On to the A-Chain thing. I actually didn't realize he was having that good of a year. But the dude's talented. We've known he's talented. Mike McDaniel's a talented offensive play caller. Tua is Tua. So I don't know. Yeah, you want to think like, hey, you pull up like FanDuel or DraftKings or something like that, and you go to place that parlay in for Devon A-Chain for this game, and then there's like a question before it'll let you place it, and it says, "Are you a New York Jets fan?" And you're like, "What the hell?" And you click yes, and they're like, "No, we're not letting you place this because you already know your team sucks. You have insider information." So you want to think like, yeah, probably. He's probably going to tear us up. But I don't know. Maybe it's just seeing the solid days of defense where we would shut down players that seemed like they were just on a streak, on fire, like, scheming it to where we have, both of our starting cornerbacks are out and we beat a team that we've never beaten ever in the history of the franchise. Maybe I'm remembering that stuff and I'm like, hey, there's a chance we can shut them down. I can't believe I'm being optimistic, but I'm not going to say he's getting 50-50 in one. he might get 50-25 and one. But I'm just saying, like, I think that there's a chance. I feel like Bucky Irving struggled against us a little bit. He is 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards. You know, that's what it felt like a lot of the times when he was running. So if we can shut down the screen, which is a problem if we don't have Quincy Williams.
Facts.
You know, Sherwood, step it up. McCrary Ball, change your name because I hate saying a double name like that. It's very frustrating to me.
He's out. He's out too, bro. IR.
But bring in Jackson Sermon.
Yeah.
Come on, Scott. Let's do it.
Jackson
Sermon off the practice squad. He's going to show us how to shut down a screen. Devon A-Chain, negative 25 yards. All right, no, seriously. I'm topsy-turvy about it. I could see it going either way.
Hey, what about your boy Ollie Gordon?
I think Ollie Gordon's a stud, but if A-Chain's showing out, there's no – I already dropped his ass in fantasy because, you know, he didn't get the touches that he was supposed to get. Yeah. But if they ever put Ollie Gordon in there, I'm telling you, the dude's a stud.
It is going to be interesting because we are so thin at linebacker now. So thin. We picked up a guy or two, but, like, come on now. Jackson Sermon is Scott's boy. Number 49 this preseason was showing out a bit. So, I don't know, man. I know a lot of people in the fan base wanted us to bring back Jamin Davis, and we did not, at least to my knowledge thus far. Maybe we will, but right now he's on the street. So, but anyways, that was a fun little stat. I have another I'd like to get your guys' thoughts about. Let me just let me frame it this way. I am a starting cornerback in the league, okay? And I've played 3 games. I have been targeted 13 times, and I've given up 11 catches, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect passer rating. I am the only corner in the NFL with that honor. Do I deserve to be cut?
Damn. Don't tell me that's Brandon Stevens' statistic.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Brandon Stevens statistics.
Damn, 3 TDs, perfect passer. That's an unbelievable stat.
11 out of 13, bro. Talk to me. Talk to me. Is there any?
Well, first thing I'm going to say is that I believe, I don't know, it was Murph and I who was like, we need DJ Reed. This is a big loss. And wasn't that Dane was like, oh no, it's not that big of a loss. Like Stevens.
I remember Murph saying DJ Reed is a dog, and then Wudi saying, no, he's the cat that I just saw walk across your screen.
No. I'm gonna take credit. It was the opposite.
It was the opposite.
It was the opposite.
Oh damn! Damn! Oh, actually, yes, because the end of the year, right? Like how I liked him all, and Brandon Stevens. What I kept hearing everybody say was, "Oh, if I trust anybody to analyze that position or to like help, develop that position, it's AG. It's AG. So it doesn't matter that he sucked in Baltimore. AG, he used to play that position. He's gonna help out Stevens. Sometimes a pile of shit is just a pile of shit. If you put syrup on it, it doesn't turn into pancakes. It's still a pile of shit, and it just has syrup on it. So that's where we're at with Stevens. And I think they are – I think this regime is smart enough to know – not that the last one wasn't. I think, either one would be smart enough to know that this is not working. The difference is that this regime doesn't wait till the end of the year to fix it. They're trying to fix it right now. They made a trade with the Titans, and the Titans are mad. The media's mad. The fans are mad about Jarvis Brownlee. And I'm not saying, he might be the starter, right now. But it's hot because he was getting, a decent amount of snaps with the Titans, played well for them. So what that's showing me is that this regime is not happy with Stevens. They're obviously not going to cut him, right? They gave him a big contract, which now they're probably kicking themselves about. but at least they're not just saying, "Oh, we give him this contract, let's ride it to the end," because that is a Joe Douglas special. That last regime is like, "Oh, hey, we picked him, second overall. We're gonna, or third, whatever. We picked him. We're gonna try to run it through." But no, they're like, "Okay, this is not working out." Right? Xavier Gibson, cut. Brandon Stevens, we bringing in Brownlee. AZ. So I do think we're gonna get to a solution before the season ends.
So I know I have the hot take out there. Scott's already busting my balls. I knew somebody in the chat was going to get me. We had a show that was hot takes, and these dudes went super fucking hot. And then, like, the one time I went super hot, and I said Brandon Stevens is going to make the Pro Bowl as an alternate this year, and I'm the one getting all the shit about it. What about all these guys like, oh, nobody's going to score 30 against the Jets? And anyway, so Brandon Stevens has been booty cheeks. Okay, yes, he has. Wudi, you were bringing up like the money and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of that stuff goes into it. Do you cut a guy, whatever? Joe Douglas would have kept him the whole time, probably. But also Robert Saleh would have had Brandon Stevens in a position where he probably looked a lot better than he does right now. So I don't know. Which brings me to my next point. And I started this last week, and I'm going to keep the fire lit. Aaron Glenn was hailed as a lot of things that Aaron Glenn has not showed yet. Aaron Glenn, hell of a cornerback for the New York Jets. Yes, he was. That means he's going to coach these corners up, and they're going to be excellent. No, the fuck they aren't. Other than Sauce, who has already been excellent in his entire career, Brandon Stevens, absolute booty cheeks, one of the worst corners in the league right now. Like, the statistics speak for themselves. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Michael Carter, I said it myself. It breaks my heart because he's one of my favorite players on the team. He has not lived up to his expectations, and we know he has the talent to play like that. That's the thing. We've seen it. Why aren't we seeing it now? He's supposed to be healthy now. Why aren't we seeing it now? So that's what I'm saying. Everybody's like, oh, Aaron Glenn, he's going to have this defense excellent, especially the secondary. The secondary is going to be so good under him because he knows what he's talking about. And it's like, yeah, he knew what he was talking about when he was playing the game. It's a whole different thing when you're coaching other players, right? Especially when you have all these other responsibilities that head coaches do, and they do have a lot of responsibilities. And that's why you see a lot of guys that they're good coaches, like Saleh. Saleh's a good defensive coach. They get in that head coach position. It's like, holy shit, they get overwhelmed. It's so much. You got to be the CEO, man. I don't know. So Aaron Glenn, this team's going to be gritty. They're going to fight. They're going to, okay, I guess they kind of fought against the Bucs, but that game was over, man. Will McDonald had a miracle play that put us back into the game. Other than that, that game was over. I don't care what Tyrod's doing on offense. It was already over because Baker's just going to keep scoring, dude. We can't stop him. Aaron Glenn, defensive mind. He was a defensive coordinator over at the Lions. Look what he did. He had 35 players injured, and they were still like 13th defense in the NFL. And, oh, man. Not translating to us. I get it. We're 3 games into his first season as an NFL head coach. That's fine. I'm willing to be patient. I'm not saying fire Aaron Glenn right now, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of people are out there saying, hey, this is going to be better. We're going to be gritty. We're going to be this, that. Look at the mentality of the coach. He yells at players, blah, blah, blah. He's emotional, blah, blah, blah. That's going to make us this. Well, it hasn't. We are 0-3. And we're really not that freaking gritty. The first game, sure, the offense kept up. Defense has been horrible 3 games in a row now. The offense kept up first game. Second game, Jesus, I don't even want to think about it. Third game, still pretty damn rough. Okay, we made a little push towards the end when the Bucs were like, okay, we can take our foot off the pedal. I don't know. I'm just saying I gotta point it out. I'm gonna point it out every week. I'm not saying fire the guy. I'm just saying, like, hey, he's just because we love him doesn't mean he's gonna be what you're envisioning, Aaron Glenn is disappointing right now. Maybe next season the whole thing turns around. Who knows? But right now, I'm going to hold him accountable, just like I'll hold Michael Carter II accountable as much as it breaks my heart. Just like I'm going to hold Brees Hall accountable. Olu Fashanu, had a horrible game. Like, he's got to get that shit together. That better be the only game this season that he looks that bad. So I'm just saying, I'm going to hold him accountable like I will anybody else. And I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, damn, you're gonna miss me agreeing with you. I'm not here to bury a lot of things. I feel like a lot of people really got caught up on the whole, he was a former player thing and media darling. Like, it was so crazy. As soon as he got the interview, everyone just completely forgot about like all the other candidates and was acting like this was the best possible option, which I never thought it was then. Right now, we're starting to see a couple of decisions. Now, again, like we said, 3 games, people can turn things around. But I do agree, like, in terms of, like, the energy, the mindset of the team. Like, I actually feel like, the Salah era, and I know there's a lot of games that were tough to watch, like on the scoreboard. But, like, the defense, I feel like was always giving it their all. Where now the defense is the worst part about the team by far. If we're talking offense, defense, special teams, it's the worst by far. And then the offense, we got 2 QBs that aren't, in my opinion, top 35 QBs in the NFL. So it puts a lot of pressure on Tanner Engstrand to make things happen, especially since we also don't have a top 20 receiving core. So we got a, not top 35 QB, not top 20 receiving core, but we trying to move the ball. And that's perfectly fine. If the O-line is, top whatever, 5 that we're hoping, and, we got the killer bees running the football, but that only happened one time. And it was 1B. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they kind of got to figure out, is because we thought that was their identity. They were just going to pound the football, run. And then when they need to throw, they're going to throw. But for 2 games in a row, that has been completely shut the fuck down. And, we don't have the quarterback. We don't have the receiving core to get into these shootouts. We need to be able to run the ball. And that's something they got to figure. And the screen, like, it's so crazy. Like, that was the most frustrating thing for me watching the Bucs game, was seeing them kill us on these screens. And then we threw screens. We had to end around to, what is that guy's name? Arian Smith. And it's automatic -6 yards. Like, we cannot break a tackle for nothing. But everybody is, breaking our tackles.
You know what? The whole notion this offseason of using Brees as like a insurance of not having a wide receiver too, I was behind it. Not for him running these like elaborate routes, but like I thought we would like just have him slip out of the backfield and we dump it off to him way more. And it seems like we're not even doing that, man. Like, and that's one thing I love out of him, is just get him in space and you just like, I swear, you fade away, shoot him a ball, dude, and he cooks. But we don't do that. We don't do that. That's not, I don't know. Maybe this OC needs 8 weeks to figure out Brees can catch, or I don't know. I don't know. But I do love Brees in that role, and that's more so like I was never like cut the guy or shun him. Just like use him more in space and stop running him up the middle. We're still running him up the middle, but I do want to give a stat that actually proves it might be a viable tactic, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. NFL Pro giving this to me. Brees Hall has averaged a speed of 10.6 miles per hour at the line of scrimmage this season, 3rd highest among running backs with at least 20 carries. When he exceeds that, 8 yards per carry. When he doesn't, 2.4. So I don't know if it's some formations where he's not getting that head of steam. If, we got to figure that out. But, like, thoughts?
We gotta talk off air about these stats. You got some incredible stats, and this one specifically, I feel like is a hard one to get. Yeah. So we're gonna have to chat offline. But addressing the stat as it is, I mean that I feel like that makes sense. And with Brees, I feel like that's always been the case. Like, because now we've seen him for a few years now. And when he has the contact behind the line of scrimmage, like he can break tackles. We're not saying that, but like he's just not the same. Whereas like Michael Carter, he led the league when we had him his rookie year. He led the league in yards after contact. And then seeing Braylon Allen, there was one play against the Patriots last year, like he like literally chokeslammed some dude when he got the ball. Chokeslam some dude in the backfield. Like there are just, a lot of backs that are better at it. But if Brees hits that line untouched, look, and that's why his jersey is right here. Because when he does that, it's electric. What happens? It always has been. Electric runs against Denver twice, Green Bay, the Bills, like, there's so many games, like, for everything else, I got to say, that one game. For Brees, no, he's had so many electric runs. And this is now the line, the OC to make it happen. It just hasn't, happened after week one.
Wudi, it's a good point, man. It's a good point. Brees has an explosiveness about him. It's really weird because it's like exciting when you see it. When just like you described, Wudi, it's like when he gets to that line and nobody touches him, and he can go shift that gear. It's like holy shit, he's 25 yards down the field already. Like it's what the he has that talent. That's a talent of his. It is. It really is. The thing about it is Dane, Dane is hard on Brees, and that's okay. I agree sometimes with him about it. I do think Brees is talented, though. Like, I think his vision needs to clean up. I think his lack of vision was hidden his rookie year, and we were all crowning him top 3 back in the league, myself included. I think that was hidden by an offensive coordinator that knew how to scheme him getting in open holes and scheme him getting outside or just whatever it may take to get him in open space to where he can hit that gear. And we need Tanner Engstrand to understand that that's what you got to do, like Mike LaFleur knew. That's what you need to do, because Brees is not that guy. He's not Le'Veon Bell where he's going to take that ball and damn near stop behind the line and find that hole, bang, hit it. Like he doesn't have that vision. He's just going to run into the back of the center. Like they told him A gap. So he just A gap, So it goes right back to what we were talking about, how some guys are just ballers and they do it no matter what scheme they're in, what quarterback they have, what offense, whatever it may be. Some guys are just ballers, right? Unfortunately, I thought Brees was a baller. I was wrong. Brees is good if you know how to use him. And we have a lot of players that I'm starting to think are like that. Like if you know how to use Michael Carter II, he can be excellent. If you know how to use Brees Hall, he can be excellent. There's a lot of guys. Quincy Williams, Dane's a little down on. I think he's better than what Dane maybe is kind of putting out there. But I still think, like, if you use him right, dude, he can be such an X factor on your defense. I just think that like Brees Hall and some other guys, if they're coached right, if they're schemed right, they can be so effective, right? It's just you got to get it together. Like the coaching needs to get it together. I don't think Engstrand's done a horrible job. Definitely better than Hackett so far from what we've seen, right? But I think he needs to learn a little more about his personnel and figure out how to utilize them better. I think he's understanding Garrett a little bit. I think he's kind of getting that down. But it's like you got to understand what you can use with the other guys, like Arian Smith and stuff like that. You have to figure out what works with them guys and utilize that too, because Garrett can't do it all by himself. You have to understand what you can utilize, like what you can do with Brees, right? Dane's been preaching it forever. Like, dude, the dude out of the backfield, if you're throwing him screens and things like that, like he can get him out in space. He can do something. Listen to Dane. Dane's right there. Like, Braylon Allen, you know? Yeah, Dane, I'm going to give you your props when you deserve them, but I'm also going to really bust your balls when you deserve it too. Braylon Allen, like he's a talented back. Isaiah Davis, talented back. Figure out how to utilize these guys. It comes down to coaching, man. And I'm not trying to be too hard on Engstrand. Like I said, I think he's doing all right. He's young. He's, you know, I'm hoping by the end of the season he figures it out. Only problem is we probably won't have Brees anymore after the season, so he'll have to refigure it out with other guys. But hopefully, with all the rest of the dudes, he has it figured out too. That's a long-winded way of me saying, like, hey, coaching needs to figure out because these guys have talent, but you have to use them a certain way. Coaching needs to figure it out.
Agree or disagree? Like, if you had to put AG, Engstrand, Steve Wilkes 1 to 3. Is Engstrand the best out of them so far right now?
Without a doubt. Now, if you put Banjo in there, then I don't know. I have to think about it. Probably still.
Yeah. No, Banjo definitely deserves respect. And this, someone said in the comments, and I never got a chance to, double down on it. But Quantez Stiggers, anytime somebody does not get a fair catch, Stiggers is putting him on the ass. Like,
dude, he's been a special teams demon. Fantastic. Where we heard that before.
Well, I definitely, that was another one for like the pleasant surprise because he was looking a little rough in preseason, getting cooked in coverage. So to see him carve out a role in special teams. Definitely, I would have to agree. Banjo would probably get the number, especially after the Will McDonald play. How does he not get?
I love seeing that in a young player too. Somebody that like he's known for like coverage skills and stuff when he was in the CFL, things like that. And like he comes to the NFL, and by his second year, he has figured out a way to carve a role. Even if he can't start, he has figured out a way to carve a role in special teams, and he looks hungry. Like he's out there playing, man, and he's fine with doing that.
100%.
I love seeing that hunger in a young player because that's the type of guy that can develop into a good player, even if it's just on special teams. If he's the next Justin Hardy, hey, Justin Hardy made a hell of a career for himself, right? You know, so
1,000%. Yeah, that's the difference between that and then Malachi Corley, who's like, nah, I'm good. And now where's Corley at? That was good. He's not even playing.
Segue here. Snowball had a good question earlier. Let me see if you guys know it. Which D lineman has the least solo tackles this season?
I'll go with Big Willie style.
Who?
Will McDonald.
No. I bet you it's going to be you, dude. They're asking this because it's obscure. It's obscure.
It's not Quentin Williams. I don't care what you say.
It's Quentin Williams.
The least solo tackles. It's not 72.
Clemens? Is it Clemens?
Snowball has to. Okay.
You have to have a tackle to have the least solo tackle. Like he doesn't count if he doesn't even have a tackle.
You gotta have a tackle.
I thought we were only counting guys that have.
I'm gonna go with Will. I really think it's Will.
Snowball, he'll get back to us, I'm sure. But let me segue. Another stat, Wudi. Tyreek Hill and Garrett Wilson have the 4th and 5th highest air yards for their teams through 3 weeks of the season. Do you think that that's ultimately the story of this game? Do you think Tyreek, we talked about A-Chain earlier, he can obviously tilt things. Are we going to be able to defend Tyreek?
I think yes.
Don't put Stevens on him, and maybe.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, that's crazy. It is Michael Clemens. So yeah, then that well, we thought it was a that was low hanging fruit. We thought it was a trick.
Yeah, I was climbing the tree a little higher.
You're all good. But with the Garrett and Reek thing, obviously they're both going to be trying to scheme that out of the game. So far, Garrett hasn't been effectively schemed out. It's just a matter of can the QB get him the fucking ball, which has been the story of his whole career. So I am confident in Garrett. The Dolphin secondary is weak. The defensive minds in the building of Miami isn't even that good. So with Reek, if Sauce is on him, the problem is that there's Reek and Waddle, and Waddle's had a pretty solid year. I believe, with yards and stuff, he might even have more stats than Reek. So that's a tough part, and that's where I miss having DJ Reed. So we're gonna have to figure it out. Maybe Brownlee just comes in immediately and does some work. But I think for Reek, worried about getting burned like that, I'm not expecting to see that. If we getting carved up, I'm expecting A-Chain.
I'm going to say, first of all, I'm kind of shocked about that. Over 50% for Tyreek Hill. I mean, you got Waddle on that team too. I'm kind of shocked. I get it. Tyreek Hill's always been a stud, but damn, I don't know. They have other options on that team is what confuses me about that. Good for Garrett Wilson. We kind of expected that because he's literally all we have to throw to. I don't care what you say about Ruckert Wudi. I think Tyreek Hill can always, at any game, he can always be a problem. Tyreek Hill is not perfect, and he can be guarded, I think if we were, not stubborn about it and we decided to shadow him with Sauce, yeah, we probably could shut him down. I don't think we're going to do that because we still haven't done it. We've shadowed a little bit. I've seen Sauce travel a couple times, but not all game. Not like we used to do with Revis. That's what we're all screaming about. Do it with Sauce too. I'm not going to do it. So the thing about Tyreek is even if Sauce is on him for 80% of his snaps, all it takes is one for Tyreek, and you can have 80-yard touchdown. That's how explosive that guy is. So I'm not really giving you a clear answer here because, yes, he can tear us up, but also, yes, I do think we have a chance to shut him down, 4 for 32 or something stupid like that. It could go either way. And it really depends on what the coaching decides to do. But if you do shadow Tyreek with Sauce, then how the hell you covering Waddle, who had torn us up before?
And I will say, week 1, Sauce shadowed DK 91% of the time. Week 3, Mike Evans, he shadowed Evans 60%. And another nugget is that he has never shadowed Tyreek in their 10 matchups. I think Tyreek plays probably a lot of slot and shit when we play them,
And he travels a lot, too. They motion a lot.
Yeah. Michael Carter needs to show up this Monday night. He does, because I haven't seen him yet. Sorry, Wudi.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I'm saying, yes, he does need to show up. Like we said, we don't know. We really don't know who he is. We know now, Salah has his guys, and he has his guys look great. So how far without Salah, how far is the real Michael Carter? We have still yet to see. Hopefully, we've still yet to see. Hopefully, we've not seen these first 3 weeks. But if we can we talk about, because there's actually as you drop all these stats, I need to find your stat dealer. The offensive line, you dropped 3 in a row that were pretty big deals that we're not talking about. And that's kind of where I'm coming from in terms of the offensive line. I don't think this is the top 5, offensive line that we were talking about. Obviously they were fantastic week 1, against a talented Steelers line, but that talented Steelers line, they've been getting beat up. The Seahawks made them look crazy. Even the Patriots, were able to do some work against them. So we don't know what's going on with them. What I do know is that against the Bucks, every single completion Tyrod threw, he got hit. That's what I know. And Brees, who, yes, he clearly, has vision issues, but on the scheme play, they're not creating that hole for him. So I had an issue with the offensive line. Olu was the easy person to pick on while you're watching the game. You're seeing him get penalties. You're seeing pressure on that side. But Dane has the statistical evidence right here. You caught in 4K. Allow all these pressures.
21
right
is a lot. 21 pressures. Holy shit.
In 3 games.
I bet he had 16 of them last week. And that's the one problem I will say, guys, when chat, people listening, whatever, when we're talking about this stuff, we have a 3-game sample size. Everything started fresh at the beginning of this year. We have new coaches, new regime, everything. When we say these things, we're talking on a 3-game sample size. Things can change over the season, and by God, I hope they do. I just really wanted to point that out. I could sit here and bash Olu, but I'm not going to, because I've seen the dude has talent. I've seen him have good games, and I think that Bucks game did kind of skew that a bit, because that was a rough game for him.
It did. Let me interject. I just want to say something real fast. Baldinger and Bart were on with EA this week, and it was one of the few things I was able to listen to. And you guys can go find it, I'm sure. But watching the Bucks game, both of those guys said that Todd Bowles ran the same blitz against us 8 times because we couldn't stop it. It was like a fire blitz on the left side, and literally Bowles just kept dialing it up because we couldn't figure it out. Who can we blame for that? I don't know, but bro, 8 times, and it leads.
That's got to be like an Angstrom or somebody somebody under somebody in that pyramid that the top of it is
same play, the same blitz.
I will say that their blitzes, it seems so far to be a common thing with us right now, is we're struggling with different types of blitzes, right? The Bills, they were tearing us up by blitzing off the edge, with the corners and stuff, run blitzing off the edges, because they knew that's our bread and butter with Brees and stuff, running off the edges. But we weren't getting shit because those corners are coming around, and Olu and them ain't able to get out that wide to get them. The running backs or tight ends, or nobody's able to get it. Anyway, we seem to struggle with certain blitzes, certain blitz packages. Hopefully Engstrom can look at that film and figure it out. We're 3 games into the season. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he did at least score 30 once. So I'm going, which is more than AG can say, because have we held anybody less than, 29? 29? I don't know. Yeah.
Literally, that's what I was saying before. Oh, what is it? Oh! The highest rated city. Damn! That's what's the worst part about this stat? Is that we don't even have the personnel to do this effectively. Stevens began cooked. What's his name? Carter. I hate to poop on him right now, but he's getting cooked.
Dude, that little byline at the bottom is the worst part of that. Like when we are in press, man,
Oh wow,
we're allowing the second most yards, which hey, we're doing it the most, so that's one thing. But then the seventh highest completion percentage, 63%.
That's because the quarterback reads and sees, oh, they're playing press. I ain't even going to look over there because Sauce is over there, but I'm going to look at these guys.
Exactly.
So he knows where to throw it. It's going
exactly
to be this guy, or a check down. I ain't looking over there because that's Sauce. Like, yeah.
But that's Steve Wilks. That's Steve Wilks.
Yeah. I know. I've given Glenn a lot of flack for the defense. I just was told by everybody that, Glenn's going to have that defense together. Who's Steve Wilks? He's just a name there for now. I get it. Yeah, and Steve Wilks needs to get his shit together too, because right now maybe Glenn doesn't have much of a paw print on it. But he's going to put a paw on it soon if it doesn't get together, and I hope he does. And I hope he gets.
So let me ask you something, and it's really the nuts and bolts of what we're dealing with here. Like, I have two things in my mind going on with the defense. One is telling me, like, it's like the Slim Shady Marshall Mathers, I guess. But one side is telling me this defense, the core guys, the core guys carry most of the load. They've been here a while. They've been in Salah's defense for a long time. And I'm telling myself, this is new, all new to them. They got to figure this out. It's going to take time. So I cut them slack on that side of the brain. Then the other side is saying, no, because they were giving up come from behind wins last year. They were fizzling out in the fourth quarter last year, which tells the other side of my brain, you're not right, because this predated the installation of a new scheme. And then, the pessimistic side is saying maybe they're just cooked because they had to carry so much of the load during the Zach Wilson era and they're just burnt the fuck out. Maybe they're cooked. But talk to me, like, not even about the coaching staff per se, but more so like, can they be redeemed? Is it more just growing pains? Or is it that they've just been too battered for too long and they need new scenery?
Personally, I believe it's a case-by-case basis. Like, I think Quinnen Williams has proven he is an all-pro talent. He is amazing. He was stifled early on. Salah helped him reach. I don't even think he reached his ceiling. I really don't think he's reached his ceiling in the NFL. But, he, got really, good and all that type of stuff. Quinnen is Quinnen. He is a diamond. Sauce, diamond, Then there are guys, and I think Michael Carter and Jamie Sherwood are the two best examples of what I would call a Salah guy, because they were safeties. There were two safeties drafted in the 5th and 4th round that Salah just molded them up like clay, turned one into a nickel corner, one into a linebacker.
Both got second contracts.
So both and gave him both second contracts. And he said that's when he's a coach, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get all of his players paid. Like, if you're good enough, you're going to get paid. So that's what he did. Those are solid guys. In terms of diamonds, I think I just named the two. I would say, and I know this is gonna make you throw up in your mouth a little bit, but I think Jermaine is really close to somebody who, like, his abilities should be able to match any scheme, because he is getting the run, he is getting the pass, and he is athletic with the long arms and the strength and the length. Like, those are the three guys that I would say, if they're gone, I would be upset. Everybody else, I feel like, is some sort of situational player that either AG or Steve Wilks needs to work together to get the best out of. And clearly, Clearly, Steve Wilkes has not been able to even come close to doing that. Andre Cisco, I know you wanted to swipe him under the rug. I was hyped on Cisco. I was hoping that Cisco would be the safety of the next few years. I was like, yo, 1 year deal? Come on, now he's 24. Throw three more years on that. And he has literally looked like Cisco, the thong song singer. All right. He has not been good at all. And I really think, and I've said this on the show that I do with Boyd Green, I am one game away from making Steve Wilkes public enemy number one in New York City, because I think I blame him completely for the the regression. That's the word I was looking for. The regression of this defense. I knew it was coming. I knew that people were in a and I tried to say it, and people were like, oh, like, they were calling me like a Salah, gargler. Oh, he's gone, man. He's gone. AG's going to fix the defense. I was like, I think you guys are going to be surprised when a lot of these players don't play the same that you're used to, but they still are better than this. They are not this bad. You look at other defenses that don't even have a Quinnen Williams, that don't even have a Sauce. We have Sauce and Quinnen. Stop with this 30 points every single week. So I blame Steve Wilkes.
So the thing about Steve Wilkes is, like, when he took over in San Francisco, like, he got fired because he wasn't good enough, right? Well, I think they still had a top 8 defense that year. So I don't know. Like, I look back at it and I'm like, was it just the Niners were super talented? Like, yeah, they have Fred Warner. Yeah, they have Nick Bosa. Okay, like Eric Armstead. There's some guys there. Maybe that's why. Or maybe Wilkes was a solid coach. It was a drop off from Saleh, but when Saleh was there, they were excellent, like top 3 defense. And I don't want to. I'm not over here trying to gargle Saleh. I'm really not. But so I'm kind of conflicted on the Wilkes thing. Is he a good coach actually? Or is he just experienced and we're like, hey, we just need somebody experienced in there? So, Glenn can take a back seat and do his thing. Well, sometimes experience doesn't mean they're good, I don't know. And then, Diamonds, I gotta rewind real quick, Wudi. JJ, a diamond. The only diamond going on with JJ is the ring that he put on that fine ass girl that he's got his finger. That's the only diamond going on right now. I need to see a little more out of JJ. I'm patient with JJ. He's coming back from a big injury. That's fine. But I am not putting any crown on his head either. That's not how this rolls. Get out there and prove it. And he knows that. He's a guy that's got the right mentality. He's just like Sauce, just like Garrett. Those dudes have that mentality. And I appreciate the shit out of that about them. But I'm not crowning JJ. So Diamond, we need to slow down, hit the brakes, air brakes, engine brake, whatever you need to do. Okay, downshift, slow down there. We got a red light coming up, and we need to see what's going on first with JJ. And okay, so yeah, Wilkes, I don't know if he's a good coach or not. If he's not a good coach, Aaron Glenn needs to put it on him and say, hey, if you can't do this, I'm going to. So it's just that plain and simple. I have no idea what the original question was, Dane, but I just went on there and ranted for a few seconds.
Hey, man, that's why I love having Wudi on, because he brings the long takes out of you, because,
he does.
You're defending every nook and cranny because he'll bring it back up, Hey, love you guys. Great show thus far. Got a couple minutes of Wudi left. If you have some last minute rapid fire questions, chat, throw it down there. Modine chimes in. He may or may not be a Jet fan, but Wudi, you're saying it. What I'm thinking, because he says watching Jets versus Dolphins We'll be like watching those videos of people fighting at Walmart. Yeah. Thoughts on that, Murph?
That's good.
Yo,
Ridiculous
I've seen
quote.
some pretty cool videos. I've seen some pretty funny,
Same.
funny videos of people at Walmart. So, okay, yeah, kind of. It probably will be. Let's hope that we're on this trend, right? You know, maybe we lose by 1 this week or something. I don't see it.
I do have a phone a friend question for Woody on his way out, but before we get to that, and I can ask him this question as well. The line is the Jets plus 2.5, maybe the Jets plus 3. I'm going to give you an out. You don't even have to say money line. You can say with points. How do you guys see this game going? And I don't mean the whole journey. I mean the end result.
My urgency is pretty high. If they lose this game to the Dolphins, I feel like it sounds so dramatic to say the season's over, but like, yes, I understand that, the weaker part of the schedule is ahead, but these teams, like, just because, teams are supposed to be bad, like the Panthers are supposed to be bad, that don't mean that they're just going to be like, oh, we're a bad team with a bad schedule. Like, here you go. Here's this win. No, they just kicked the Falcons like 30-0. They destroyed the Falcons. Like,
division
say it again?
Falcons, right?
That's true. Actually, as I said that, I was thinking that, like, division games are pretty crazy.
Browns won. Yeah.
To the Packers.
There you go.
Yeah, like that. Hey, nothing we can say about that. That's interconference mingling. Like, that's what I'm saying. These teams are not going to just roll over. So, sleeping at night thinking about, weeks 10 through whatever aren't easy. We're not going 7-0. Like, that's not the case. So what I need to see, like, okay, you lost competitively. We faced 3 teams that were in the playoffs last year. Lost competitively to the Steelers, got smacked to the Bills, and then lost competitively again to the Bucks. Okay, that's cool. The Dolphins have been getting smacked. They lost to the Colts. Well, I mean, the Colts right now, I don't know. Daniel Jones is acting like Peyton Manning, but they lost. But they got 8 points against the Colts. They lost to the Patriots. This is a team that, if anybody needs a get back game or a get right game, like the Jets. I know the Dolphins are looking at us like that, but we should be looking at them like that. If they lose this game, I feel like that tells me about what this team is. Even at 1-3, the Jets win. I'm like, wow, okay, because that's the thing. You got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and the Dolphins, how they're playing right now, this is a team we're supposed to beat. If we are even a 7-10 team, which was what my prediction was, you get to 7-10. By beating teams that you're supposed to beat. You get the other losses because you're not good enough to beat the better teams. But this, you got to win this. So that did not answer your question at all. I will answer your question by saying just because, I don't know, maybe it's we've been sipping, but I just have a horrific feeling that. Yo, should I take the points? I'm not even gonna take the points. Dolphins. Okay. Dolphins money line.
Okay.
Dolphins money line.
Right. Dolphins money line. We got them on the ropes. We see the final nail in their coffin, and we hit our thumb.
Yeah, for real. Pick 6.
I don't know. We might the head flies off the head. That might be what happens.
Hey, Murph, you're up, but I'm gonna bring in some company for the next question. Yeah.
Quick. Yep. Yes, probably Dolphins money line. I do want to say real quick, if I got us winning like 5 games this year, I've had us since like the beginning, 5-6 games. I was hoping we'd be a little feistier, whatever. Hopefully, as the season progresses, we do. But I will say, like, hey, this is a division game. Aaron Glenn, if you want to prove something to me, I already got you at 5 games. But if 4 of your 5 games are against division opponents, I'm going to see something in that. To me, that means something. Division games are uber important. More than anything else on that schedule, man. Division games are super important. If you show me that you can beat division foes, then I'm going to see something in there. There's going to be that little spark of hope for me, because it's going to be hard to see it otherwise after a 5-win season. But if I see 4 out of 5 of our wins, or 4 out of 6, whatever it may be, are division foes, then I'm like, wait a second. Like, we might be onto something here. Like, this coach knows how to beat the guys in our division. Wait till he gets the right guys in here and gets his scheme put together. Everything's done right and the way he wants it to be. Actually gets a quarterback. And
real quick.
we might cook. So that's where my little hope is right there. Johnny, I believe you have a question for the panel before we let our good buddy Wudi go.
Yeah, what up, Woody? What's going on, man? Murphh,
That hat is making me upset right now.
And the Reds won, and the Diamondbacks are winning right now. So, yeah. So yeah, we're talking about Wilkes, and I saw, you guys probably saw it. Jets X Factor blew it. Had a lot of breakdowns in regards to the defensive plays, right? His biggest thing, and it's kind of what I was talking a little bit about with like Snowball, and we were discussing this. At what point do we start saying that it's the actual players not executing what they're supposed to be doing in their assignments, and not Wilkes and the type of coverages, the type of schemes that he's been putting them on? For example, one of the biggest plays when I saw this game was the one where Stevens ran into the flat, and then what's his name was supposed to be, Quincy was supposed to be watching the middle and everything, but they both ran into the flats, and then that's when they gave it to the tight end for like 20 yards or something to that extreme, right? Whose fault is that? Do we put that on Wilkes, or is that on the actual players itself? Because it was a constant that you kept seeing, where the lack of communication between the linebackers and the secondary, you kept seeing it. Because Wilkes is putting these guys in the position where they need to be, where they're just not executing it. So is it a time thing that it takes time for them to really start gelling together and get the understanding of the nuances when it comes to these play calls? Or is it just Wilkes is just that bad, and we're like maybe already wanting to push over? Because I don't see that. I think I like what I'm seeing, and I could see them building on this. It's just gonna take time, and I know we don't want that. But I know you guys got to head out. I wanted to come on, talk to you guys really quickly, and ask you guys that. Monday we win 31-17. Justin Fields still gonna be that man, because I believe in that guy. Love you guys. Y'all be good, man. Peace.
I'm still gonna be that guy. I feel like he has to be that guy first.
He's the only guy that's that guy right now.
Damn. Well, Johnny Boy, you didn't get to hear my answer to the question. I think in all those situations, that's always the question, right? Is it the coaching? Is it the players? And I gotta lean. The reason why I lean toward Wilkes, right? I said what I said already about public enemy number one, is because I've seen Quincy, execute. Like, I've seen Quincy play at a high level. He was an All-Pro 2 years ago. I've seen these players play well. Obviously, I cannot vouch for anything related to Brandon Stevens, but with Wilkes, like, this was somebody, and I know Murph, you already brought up his time in San Fran. He was ran out of town. Kyle Shanahan wanted nothing to do with him. He hated him, literally hated him. And that tells me a lot. I just think that, like you said already, Murph, there's another quote. I listened to everything you say. You said that, just because, the experience doesn't mean that you're great. It just means that you've been doing something a long time. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That don't make you better than somebody who's trying something, first, couple of years. So that's where I'm at with the Wilkes and the players thing. Is it possible that, the players are not executing, and you got, the specific plays on the Blewitz blitz of, this was a clear player issue? Yeah, of course. We're all human. Players make mistakes, but it's the coaches, like communication issues. Like, so what are we doing in practice? What have we been doing this whole time? And it seems like the other teams looked at that Steelers game and was like, this is how we're going to stop the Jets offense. And that's exactly, how they stopped. We got nothing, no answers for nobody. And that, I feel like we're not prepared. The lack of communication, those are coaching issues, in my opinion. Can the players make mistakes? Yes. Do I think they're making mistakes, nonstop? No. And especially for the players that I've seen perform before, it's much harder for me to turn on them than it is for me to turn on somebody who was sitting on their couch before getting this job.
Okay, Woody, I got to know. Have you ever seen the movie Office Space?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because they were just talking about how J.J. Watt looked like my guy, Gary Cole, from there.
Have you seen my?
I'm going to reference this real quick. A lot of people probably know the scene because even if you watch a lot of Family Guy, they referenced it on Family Guy too. The printer, the copier that they always had issues with. Everybody in the office, they're like, I hate that thing, man. Eventually they were sick of it and they took it out in some field randomly and they had like the I can't remember the name of the damn rap song. Anyway,
yes.
And they're just beating the shit out of the thing, like they're just pounding on the printer. That's what you're doing to Steve Wilkes right now, Woody. Took him out the field, and you're kicking the shit out of it, and I gotta pull you back off of it. That's what's going on right now, Woody, and I respect it. That's okay, because the dude, you've been in the league long enough, you should be able to fucking figure it out. Here's the problem. The offenses are adjusting to what Steve Wilkes, it's like they already know what he's going to do. They're adjusting to it, and Steve Wilkes is just like, stick him with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not going to work, man. And the fucking players have no idea what to do to figure out and adjust. I don't know. I'm leaning towards the point where I think Aaron Glenn's got to put his paw on the scheme and figure it out. The problem with that whole thing is Aaron Glenn claimed from the beginning, he's like, I'm going to have my fingerprints all over this offense, defense, everything. Well, if your fingerprints on it, that's not good, dude, because that ain't looking good on defense. So right now, we'll blame Wilkes. But I'm keeping my eye on you, Aaron Glenn. Like, dude, you better get crack the whip or something, dude. Get Steve Wilkes in shape to where he needs to figure it out. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, if we're having communication issues, that's a coaching error, as far as I'm concerned. Like, yeah, you can have players that are not good at football and not good at doing that, but it's just like you said, Woody, these dudes have done it before. Quincy Williams has had an all-pro type season. Jamie Sherwood led the league in tackles last year. Sauce Gardner, two-time all-pro. Like, we have dudes back there that know what the hell they're doing. We need a coach that can put it together. The coach is the glue, right? He glues all this together and makes it work. Well, it ain't no Gorilla Glue with Steve Wilkes. It ain't even Elmer's at this point. It's paste. He's using peanut butter out there trying to get that shit to hold together. I don't know.
Fuck paste. Hey, dude, I could give you a final score for the game. I'm not going to. I could give you who's to blame on this defense. I'm not going. Woody, I'm sure you will watch the rest of this stream in 0.5x speed because you're a real one. Dude, we've held you too long though. That's the nuts and bolts, man. I apologize for that. I hope
Whoa. You can Take this apology, have it back. You know what I'm talking about? Yo.
Hey, perfect answer, man, because I was getting a little worried. Murph was cooking, and I'm like, damn, bro, we got to go. Hey, all I can say is that is the fastest 2 hours we've done. Dude, insane, because we're all three cooking on the takes, man. The time just melts away. Appreciate you, man. I got your shit right here. Folks in the chat, I've already asked, please go show you some love over on YouTube. You got other shit down in my description. What, IG and maybe TikTok?
Yeah. TikTok. That's it. TikTok right there. Take Flight Talk. Yes, sir. Yes,
Hell
sir.
yeah, man. Dude, always a pleasure. And as fast as you can enter the danger zone again, the danger zone will have you. Because bro, another month and we're staring at a bye week. We're staring at a trade deadline. And I think you'll be strong voiced with the trade deadline talk, as I will be as well. Stay tuned here, guys. Both channels, please. Wudi, though, do you have anything cooking? I know you got some weekly spots. Do you want to plug on your way out?
Yeah. No, just real quick, but before the plug, I just want to show you guys some love. Obviously, we were talking, behind the scenes, we were talking about coming on. I unfortunately had some, personal things. I lost my uncle, and had to fly and have those, get that stuff done. As a matter of fact, the day after his funeral was the Bucks game. And I literally, when Will McDonald scored that touchdown, I was like, you out here, you looking out, you looking out. And then they fucking just won anyway. So that was that. But I just appreciate your guys' patience with me. You hopefully you guys know that I love being on this show. My favorite thing to do on a Friday night is to just sit with my guys, as I take one right now, and talk New York Jets. So I appreciate you guys big time. And it's good to be back, right? That's what we said. We was like, the Friday after I come back. So we wasted no time, and today was the day. So appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. And I can't wait for the next time. For anyone in the chat that's looking to see my next takes, every Tuesday and Thursday at Take Flight Talk, right on the channel we see here. Tuesday, Thursday at 3 p.m. I'm with Boy Green. That's Mr. Paul Esdin Jr. He is a digital reporter for Heavy.com. So he has the ins and outs of the Jets, and we get to dissect his news and everything. Sometimes we do collabs with reporters for other teams. So that's a lot of fun. But another thing I want to share with you is the resurgence of the original namesake of the channel, right? Take Flight Talk. That used to be a name of a show that I did. It's been dormant, right? It's been asleep. But now we back up. We back awake, baby, because now we will have weekly episodes of Take Flight Talk. And just like before, Abby, she is one of the fiercest just commentators in the game. Got the rants every week. She always got the passionate opinions, the passionate takes, brings in the facts. All right, and she is actually spearheading a women's movement in football, one of the pioneers of women talking football on social media. She is on the show. And then I got Michael Kanalakis. He is a college football player. So he actually is dissecting the X's and O's. We might have to have a nice little, all 22 type deal, because he's, dissecting things, educating me on the game, and just, bringing his perspective from a different lens. So, it's three very unique takes coming to one. This is the longest ramble maybe that I've ever had in my life, so I apologize about that. But that's Take Flight Talk, the show. Me, Abby, Michael. It's coming soon. I'll have to get back to you with dates and times, but it is official. We about to have that show.
Will this be a live taping?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, see, guys, everyone in the chat loves live shows. You just heard about another one. Go subscribe. Murph?
Hey, I'm I'm super excited, Woody. I've been waiting for you to kick her off, buddy. I know you've been scheming and plotting in the background. I know it was coming. I knew it was coming. Hey, if it's live though, do not highlight my comments because I'm probably gonna be flirting with Abby in there. It's the love of my life. She just doesn't know it yet. No, but seriously, you and Abby are great. I'm not super aware of the other dude. Can't wait to listen. He sounds like a knowledgeable dude. I'm all about it. Everybody, take flight talk. James Wudi on Instagram, dude. He's always killing it on Instagram. Yeah, just follow our guy, man. He always comes on here and kills it, and we appreciate the shit out of you, Wudi.
Yo, appreciate you guys. You don't know what that means to me this week to hear my guys come in here in the danger zone and chop it up, guys. So you definitely will be seeing me again soon.
Facts, man. Love it. And condolences to you and yours, man. Go back through the chat later and you'll see some love from folks in here as well. Condolences again. And, hey, if that Will McDonald play wasn't Unk, I have a feeling there's going to be some Unk plays this Monday night, brother. So, hey, with that, we bid you adieu, man. Finish that off and have a good night, bro.
Appreciate you. All right.
Later.
See you, Woody.
Woody, Woody, rocking everywhere.
Can't get away from that. It's too perfect.
No, it's way too perfect.
I think I have another clip with his name in it too. Like, you know how I hit you with the Danger Zone thing? I think I got one for him. We're going to have to send to him. Maybe we'll get it in like an intro for him or something sometime.
The only, and I never fully asked him this, but I always wondered, is it Woody? It's Woody, right? I've always said Woody, but is it Woody?
I have assumed it's Woody the whole time.
Yeah,
that's how he corrected me, so I'm going to assume it is.
Good, fair.
I think if it was Woody, it would be 2 D's, right?
Yeah, and I think
you go hard vowel if it's only one consonant after.
I think he would correct us faster too, and hey, but Woody, not Houday. That's the Bengals. It's Wudi, and you can find him down below. Type that in. Go to the description. I'm not a TikTok guy. I mean, I have one. I'm not an IG guy. I mean, I have one. But I still go and I subscribe to people that I want to continue making content. It's an investment, man. You don't have to watch a single thing they do. But if you subscribe, it does show the creator that they're on the right track and they ought to keep growing. And as you grow, you should produce better content. Not everyone does. But you should. You owe it to the people that follow. And I feel like Wudi, hey, he just told us he's got new things cooking now because he's at damn near 100 subscribers now on YouTube without live streams. He's gonna kick that off, and then you'll see he'll be 200, 300, 400. It's where we solely live stream on a Friday night of all things, and we're 490. They just told us. Emanon said he just subscribed. I feel like he already was with us. Maybe he's talking about with Wudi. Regardless, if you are new here, and I'm just remembering you from other channels, then welcome, brother. Welcome for sure. Glad to have you. Bill M is keeping our counter going. 488, we jumped up, Murph. We are at 490, which means get your bikini wax ready, because next Friday night, you promised.
There's a lot of work involved in that. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, Emanon, I do remember. Yeah, I know you from everybody's channels,
dude.
man.
Emanon's
you know what?
Found, dude.
There's a lot of people out there don't even know we exist because they're Monday through Friday daytime viewers, and we rarely hit that window, which is fine. We don't want everyone in here because we kind of like the little little pocket of our little algorithm is nice. You know, there's fun chats cooking all the time, man. We got Modine stirring the pot.
I feel like we have a lot of OGs with us though. Like generally, like we do have a lot of the OGs with us, and I love that because, dude, that's how you and me met. We were OGs, you know, and we still are, you know, but
Yeah.
like we were in them chats early in the days of early Green Bean and Jake Asman and different guys. You know what I mean? We were in there chopping it up, talking our shit, doing our thing. You know what I mean? And that's how we met. And you and I went to a concert together. We've gone to a Jets game together and stuff like. And look at us. We've been doing this show now for what, a year and a half almost.
Yeah.
Like,
Facts.
you know, I love that, dude. I love the fact that we've been able to meet different people through chats. And no, I don't know Eminon's real name, but like Eminon's that dude. Like I've bullshitted with him in the chats before. I think we're friends on socials and things like that. Like I love seeing the OGs around, man. Rich, all the guys. Like I love that, man.
Dude,
It's just great. It's a great community that we have together.
And honestly, my fandom doesn't keep an hours of a clock like a work schedule. Man, my jet hours are anytime you need to go and talk to Jet fans, man. We're out of market. That could be 3 in the morning. That could be, you know, a Sunday at I don't know. You get what I'm saying though. And Midnight Mike chimes in. He says the same thing, man. We're weekend warriors, and I bet you Mike could say this too. But when we started this thing, there was no Friday night live show for Jets. There was no Saturday either. Midnight Mike was the Saturday guy. And I don't think we chose that. It just there was nothing to do, and it's like boom, let's give a place for people to get together. And so far, channels pop up like crazy, man. But you're right, Murph, man. What makes it is having some OGs here. Boomtown popped in, showed some love, man. I have an unread DM from him I got to get to, man. Just we're working so much these days. But you're right, man. New blood, old blood, intermixing, out of market, in market. Boomtown's out of country. Everybody coming and chilling on a Friday night. You don't have to go spend $100 at the bar. You know, unless you want to get laid, then by all means, you're not going to get that here. But pretty much anything else you can.
I can try to make some calls, but I can't guarantee anything.
You can save $100 by watching this show, though.
Absolutely.
So, dude, I love the guys, especially as we're rounding the corner on 500, man. Love the chat. The only thing is, like, I love other channels that are at this growth rate too, and I'm worried. You know, once you get way like 1,000, 2, 3, then it's just chaos. But we'll see. We'll see, man. Like I said before, once we hit 500, I'm gonna start scaring people. Maybe I'll put more beaters on for the show, like I did last week, and that'll really keep people away. You got to have sunglasses to watch this program. But anyways, Wudi, I'm rambling. Wudi, fantastic. A1 Danger Zone entrant, as always. Anything that he said, though, that you didn't get a chance to rebuttal, or anything that he said that caught you off guard and you want to rehash, call-in line is pinned, but Murph, you got the floor for a minute or two. If there's anything you want to chime in on that he was chopping it up about.
I don't know. I was not shy about interjecting. I've been a little long-winded this show. I'm feeling myself tonight, I think Wudi, I'll give it to him because I was a little harsh earlier on Aaron Glenn, and he brought in Steve Wilkes, and he said, hey, Steve Wilkes needs to be one of them dudes that you have your spotlight on. And he's right, dude. Like Steve Wilkes ultimately is the dude that should be held accountable for the defense. But also, Aaron Glenn should be held accountable for the whole team. So, I don't know. Take it how you want it. But the defense has been horrible. Woody's right. Like, we need to take that printer out in the field and kick the shit out of it until it starts printing shit again. Analogy aside, I felt like there was something I did miss on Wudi. I can't think of what it was. There was one thing I remember specifically, and I never got around to giving him shit about, but I can't remember what it is now because my memory sucks.
Well, that's fine. We don't have to force it. I just wanted to give you the platform. I wanted to take the platform, though, and defend you because you were bashed for a hot take. And I think that's fucked up. I just want to say that. Like, yeah, you can be ribbed a little, whatever. But what I would like to say is you also had a hot take that Austin McNamara could potentially lead the league in, and I quote, net yard average, blah, blah, blah. And I just saw the other day, he is currently top 5 in the league in net yard average, Murph, and he's not got to punt as much as he could have in 3 games. So I'd like to give you kudos, brother. That was very insightful out of you at a time when nobody was saying it. And thoughts on him climbing and not even just being 5th, but to make you absolutely right. What do you think is, are you feeling confident about that take, or do you think you'll fall just shy?
I think he's at least going to hold that top 5. I think that's going to hold all season. Being number one's tough. There's always 32 guys, and excuse me, there are circumstances besides his leg that go into it, right? But I am pretty confident in both Chris Banjo and Quantez Stiggers and the rest of the boys. I just had to throw Stiggers out there because he's been phenomenal on specials. I'm confident that those guys are going to show up and show out. Bill M, I'm going to highlight that real quick. Bill M, dude, I'm a big Morstead guy. I fucking loved Morstead. I was really upset when we got rid of him. But, man, they did right with his replacement. I'm just going to put it out there. They did right. I saw it. You can see it. Sometimes you just see it in a player, Dane. I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you're watching a game. Like, yeah, we'll come out here with takes, and we're like, oh, yeah, this guy, I think he has a chance, whatever, But there's times where it's not just I think he has a chance. You see it, and you're like, that's a dude that's really good at his job. And I saw that in the preseason. I'm like, oh shit, Austin McNamara knows what he's doing. And it's not just booming leg, it's knowing how to kick the ball, because that's something that Morstead taught. If you listen to him in interviews and stuff, he's like, when I was young, early in my career, it used to be about just trying to bang, knock it 70 yards and stuff like that. And he's like, and then I learned. He's, because the Saints had a good special teams coaching group. They knew what they were doing. So he learned as time went on. It's not all about bang, knocking it as far as you can go. You've heard Pat McAfee say the same stuff too. He said, dude, I was just trying to drill that thing every time. And then I learned sometimes it's about hang time. Sometimes it's about trying to put the right spin on the ball if you can, if you're that talented.
The motion of the ocean, man.
Yeah, it depends on the context and on the scenario and stuff. And sometimes, you can drill that ball, but your coverage unit isn't going to be able to handle that. So you don't want to outkick your coverage unit, because then you give space to a really talented guy. Because teams put a really talented guy back there to catch that ball and try to make a play with it. Usually the dude is shifty and he's fast. And those type of dudes, if you give them the right amount of space, they can make something happen. So my God, I'm going into a long-winded thing over a punter here, but I'm spitting
Hey,
facts, okay?
I got
I'm spitting
plenty.
facts.
I got
Like
plenty
the
of pee
dude,
breaks in me. So
the dude, not only does he have a big leg, but I've seen him in certain scenarios kick it the right way. And I saw that I saw that in the preseason, and I'm like, damn, this dude actually might be pretty good. And that's where that take came from. So for me, it's like we have a talented dude at punter. I know, guys, it's punter.
bro,
But
he kicked off on Sunday.
yeah. Okay.
Maybe more than Sunday, but I noticed I'm like, Folk isn't even kicking off for us. What?
Yeah. And I kind of figured that would come. If Folk ever did, I don't pay attention to who does the kickoffs usually, but if Folk ever did the kickoffs, I'm shocked because the dude's like 40 plus. You kind of want to save that leg as much as you can. Put the young gun in there that's got a big leg and let him do it. But I'm just saying, dude's got a lot of talent. He kicks the right way. He has a chance to be like a top 5 punter for the rest of his career. I know that's a big that's a big stretch right now, but I'm just saying I can see it. So this year, net average, I think the special teams unit, the coverage unit's good. I think he's good. I think there's a very solid chance at that, and he's already proven he's right there.
Yeah. You know what? And call me a blasphemer, whatever, blaspheme and wave your whatever your incense at me, but that was one of my knocks on Thomas Morstead, one who nobody's allowed to talk any bad about, at least in my household. But I'm going to right now because I'm home alone. So, one thing I hated the most about Morstead is we would be at midfield and we would have to punt. And, like, bro, that's not even that hard to keep it before the end zone. So many times Morstead would punt it and it would land 2 yards into the end zone or 3 yards. I'm like, bro, just start aiming at the 10 or the 15. I don't care. But stop with it's coming out every time. Like, let our gunners cook. And maybe I'm overstating it. Maybe it's 3 or 4 that really rubbed me the wrong way. Maybe that's possible. I didn't fact check this, but what I will say about your take is that McNamara does not do that. He doesn't. He lands it at like the 8, the 7, the 6, and it's a nice land. It's not a top spin in the, you know what I mean, real fast. We've had a couple downed inside the 5 already, couple inside the 10. Could it be, we got Brant Boyer the fuck out of here? Maybe, but I don't care. Like, the fact is, we have a good punt game. The problem is, we just, I don't know. It's not become the factor yet, but dude, there was at least one of the 3 games where we needed, like, we stalled out before we got to even our own 20, and then he, boom, hit a 60-yard punt. And I was like, that's what I'm fucking talking about. That's huge, huge. So if our defense tightens up and we're in more tight games, which, hey, we haven't really been in, at least not low-scoring tight games. We've had exactly 0 of those. Then you start to see a guy like McNamara actually make an impact. And, hey, maybe it'll be Monday night. Everybody's projecting it to be high scoring. I would bet the under. I would. Call me crazy. Buy me 30 seconds, though, Murph, because Johnny Boy has a question that I think you would like to address. What do you think about his hot take from the same night that Nick Folk is still at 100%? Like Johnny Boy predicted he would stay at all year.
Nick Folk is a good kicker. Like, he's had a very solid career. He was solid for the Jets. He's been solid for several other teams since then. Nick Folk is a solid kicker. The only thing that made that take so damn hot, Johnny, is the 100%. Like, if you would have said 85, even 90, I would have been like, yeah, I can definitely see that. I don't know statistics, but I am kind of interested in that. I'm probably going to look that up maybe at the end of the stream if I think about it. I don't know how often a kicker is gone 100% and kicked like 20 plus field goals. Nick Folk is what, like 5 for 5 right now? I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to look it up. Good. Okay. Not the first time we've had a kicker go 5 for 5 or whatever it may be. I don't know. I don't think that that's sustainable. Like they're always going to miss one. Always going to miss at least one somewhere. You know, it could be a friggin' 28-yarder, or it could be a 58-yarder. I don't know. But they're always going to miss one. So the 100% is super super hot, man. He's a good kicker though. You know, I wasn't upset about picking him up, not at all. What was it? Greg the Leg. He hit a slump, man. So kickers come back from slumps. It happens all the time. But do you want to wait? Do you want to bet on that? This regime didn't. I understand it. They bring in Folk. Okay, I'm cool with it. No, Folk's a pretty good kicker, you know? So I got no problem with that. The thing I actually had more of an issue with as far as special teams was Morstead. We talked about this a second ago. I loved Morstead. I wanted to keep him. I didn't understand why we would like get rid of him. You know, I guess youth movement, but maybe they saw something in McNamara and they're like, we got our eye on him. We're going to snatch him up, and that's going to be it. So maybe that's why they went that way, and they were like, we're confident that this dude's going to be good, and he's just a younger version that we can keep for 10 years or so, you know. Maybe that's what they were thinking. Hopefully that's what they were thinking. Right now he's showing out. Awesome. Good deal. But in summary, Folk, not going 100%, Johnny. Sorry, dude. Wide receiver 2, Alan Lazard. He got a touchdown, didn't he? Good for him. Good for him. Alan Lazard. We have nobody. Okay, guys, we have nobody. We got Garrett Wilson. Hell yeah. Love Garrett. We have nothing after that. Alan Lazard might be our second best receiver. And I'm not saying that with love for Alan Lazard. I'm saying that with, like, holy shit, we're in trouble. That's what I'm saying that with. Like, Josh Reynolds, you know, Arian Smith's a rookie. He needs to prove it. He hasn't yet, so he needs to freaking prove it. Tyler Johnson, preseason, he looks solid. We got to see it during the regular season, too, you know.
Hey, would he be wide receiver 2 if Reynolds hasn't been hurt?
I don't know. I would like to say no, but I don't know.
Would he be wide receiver 2 if Mason Taylor could pass block? Oh, damn. Too soon, isn't it?
Let's get in those weeds a little later in the season, okay? Let's wait for us to jump into those weeds then.
You know what I will say, though, is that Fields didn't find Mason Taylor one iota. And then Tyrod, whatever, comes in and boom, boom, boom. Now a lot of fans are still mad because Mason Taylor apparently can't get any yak. Mason Taylor is allegedly adopted because he doesn't look anything like the fierceness that his father displayed. They're out on him, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, my algorithm feeds me some idiotic fans. But he got open, he caught the ball, he went down, whatever. Hey, that's better than 90% of our pass catchers. Even people are out there dropping balls, let's put it that way. Mason Taylor doing all right. Tyler Johnson dropping a key freaking ball.
We're not talking puberty, guys.
Yes, facts. You know, Mason Taylor will one day drop nuts, but it won't be what you're thinking. Um, but anyways, good questions as always from Johnny Boy. It's almost like he knows the questions that hosts need to hear in order to spark a lively debate, because he's getting good at those, man. So appreciate you, Johnny Boy, bringing in the the fire take live in person, show and face, but also keeping the conversation going from the back. You know what? One question I've had pinned for quite a while, and I feel bad because we could have gotten to it with Wudi on the panel, but things kind of escalated and takes got longer, and we ran out of time. I feel like we got to give it some time now, Murph, just to make up for that. We got to make up for the James Wudi being logged off. So big shoes to fill, man. And I already wear 13, so yeah. Hey, I don't know, but anyways, let me get to it. I have not even read it fully yet because I feel like it's more authentic if I read it on the spot. I know as me as a chatter always preferred that. So, anyways, I saw it was long. I saw it was from Wild Wave, and I saw it started with Q, and that he really wanted us to read it. So let's read it now. He says, it's obvious the Jets entertained the idea of trading Quinnen Williams, according to Jerry Jones. Connor said, Q is our big trade chip. Would you trade Quinnen? And if so, what are you looking for in return? It's a good question.
I want to point out, like, I haven't like hardcore researched this, but the little bit that I read on this was that Jerry Jones had asked for Quinnen plus like some high draft picks, like a first and maybe a second. Like he was wanting our absolute stud defensive tackle plus like a first and a second for Micah. And the Jets were like, nah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. I don't know that the Jets were necessarily shopping him. And I kind of feel like Wild Wave is making it sound that way with this question. Maybe he didn't intend on that, whatever. Connor is right. Q is a big trade chip if you're looking at it because, technically we do have Harrison Phillips and Jawan Briggs. I'm not necessarily, but okay. And on to the next part. Would I trade Quinnen? Probably not. It would take a lot. I would have to get like that Micah Parsons type package where you're getting like 2 firsts and a second and whatever, maybe a player in return. Like I would need like a big time package for me to entertain trading Quinnen Williams because I just feel like he's a staple on the defense. Maybe he's not, that 11 sack guy that we had. I still think no matter what, when Quinnen Williams is on the field, he is making an impact. And it doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but the dude is always making an impact on that line. Like he's in the backfield more often than not. Maybe he's not the one making the tackle. Maybe he doesn't get the sack, but he is pressuring the quarterback. He is making those offensive linemen on the interior, he's making their lives hell. They don't like facing Quinnen Williams, and I don't blame them. So, I don't know, man. I think that I don't think we should get rid of him. It'd have to be like a hell of a compensation package. And Wild Wave, good compensation. I don't know which thing we're talking about. Are we talking about like the 4 Micah Parsons, like Quinnen plus a first and a second? Is that good compensation? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like Quinnen for 2 firsts and a second and a player in return? Like which thing? I don't know.
While we wait on Wild Waves, wow, say that 6 times fast. Rebuttal. I'm going to pitch my take on this, and it's going to be short and sweet. none of my first and second round picks the next blank years until we've drafted at least one franchise quarterback are on the table. They're not, unless you're giving me a franchise quarterback. If anything, I want to acquire a first or second round pick. I don't want to give any away, and I do not want to give away multiple ones. So I don't care if it's Babe Ruth. If he's playing anything other than quarterback, and he's in his prime, obviously, then I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I'm good. We have a singular mission right now, and that is to get ourselves a quarterback. Because, might I remind you, our quarterbacks have been fairly cheeks. I'm sure I have a stat here somewhere to back it up, but also you guys have watched 12 quarters of football. Might I add, too, that of the 12 quarters played, we had what? How many quarters of those 12 did our offense look good? Because I started thinking about this earlier and I thought to myself, so, well, damn, that number is less than half. We didn't look good the entire Buffalo game. We didn't look good at least half of the Tampa game. That means of 12 quarters, our offense has looked good in what, 4? So, like, the idea that Micah Parsons would fix this, not only fix this, but to the tune of those first round picks, rippling a couple years ahead of time and being low cost, not 40 some million a year. Yeah, no, man, we aren't in position to add a player like that. Green Bay was, and kudos to them. He's a difference maker. We need a quarterback. And I suggest every single person in this chat to watch Penn State, Oregon tomorrow and scout Aller like I will be doing. I mean, I'm in Oregon. I'm going to be watching it anyway. But I'm watching Aller because, Murph, I think me and you both have had him number 1 on our list for like a year and a half now, it seems like. Hasn't had a great start to his year.
Yeah, I'm
But
cooling on Aller a little bit. This is a very important game for him though. So
yes.
I'm very, very tuned into what's going on here.
Yeah, gotta watch that game tomorrow night. If he don't show up for it, I'm out on him. I will say I'm out on him. But if he balls out, going against a slightly lesser quarterback, more athletic, but like lesser quarterback, we'll see. It's going to be interesting. He's at home too. Like it's at State College, not far from where I just came from. Now in Oregon, but it's one to watch. There's others to watch tomorrow too. But Aller, like I said, he's got a lot to prove still. So we'll see how he does against the third best team in the nation.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Really, in general, we need to keep an eye on all these top quarterbacks throughout this college season. The Allers, the Mendozas. Everything sounds like Arch was going to stay even before he started playing like booty cheeks. I still think I'm not even going to consider him as one of the prospects because I think he's staying another year. I think it's the best idea too. Clancy mentioned Klubnik. That was another popular name. The dude from South Carolina. Oh, shoot. Sellers. Is he from South Carolina? Lenore Sellers? Yeah, that's another one. We got to keep our eyes on a lot of these quarterbacks because I'm 85% sure that the Jets are going to draft a quarterback next year, like early within the first 2 rounds. So I don't know. I'd like to see how our future goes with that. I don't think that Justin Fields is the guy. I hope he proves me wrong, but I haven't seen it yet, and I don't imagine I'm going to see it. Like I said, I was more confident in Tyrod winning a game than Justin Fields. Now, when Fields gets hot, it looks good, right? Like we saw that in the Steelers game. He was hot that game. And then the Bills game was like the come back to earth moment, where Tyrod, I think, is a little more steady. Like, I don't know. So, yeah, got to keep an eye on those guys. I can't remember what led up to that conversation with Dane, but yeah, I don't. What led up to the quarterback talk? I have no idea.
Trading Quinnen for
Quinnen,
picks,
that's right.
yeah, and picks, and that's where I draw the line because
No, we're not trading any picks away. I just want to point that out. We are not trading any. Well, let me clarify that. We are not trading any first or second round picks away because we need a quarterback. So yeah, that's out the door. We would love to acquire picks. So maybe you're onto something when you're talking about trading Quinnen away to acquire picks. But then you're opening up a big hole in the middle because are we re-signing Harrison Phillips? Are we re-signing Juwan Briggs? Like, what's going on with that? We have no idea. So you might be opening up a huge hole in the middle of the defensive line. So I don't know. It has to be a hell of an offer.
We do have Bose for next year. Just a heads up. I think we have Briggs for like 3 years, and then Phillips actually just got an extension before he was traded. We have him this year, and we have him next year for like $7.5 million, which is nice. But I'm still with you. You can't part with assets. I mean, we're down a 3rd round pick. We're down a 5th round pick already. So yeah, and even if this, and hear me out, but like if this class, like Snowball says, doesn't shape out to be what we expected it to be, I almost would not care if they traded their first into 2027 and had 2 in 2027 to really get their guy. I wouldn't, as long as I knew we had the wiggle room to get exactly who we needed. Because let's face it, I'm not too confident in Muji's selecting yet. But also, like, we don't. There might be 4 guys all kind of the same, and we might not have the first choice. So what I'm trying to say is, I would rather be certain in 2027 than be kind of sort of certain in 2026, if that makes sense, because it's for all the marbles. But you need ammo, and we're already missing a few bullets in our gun. So yeah, dude, there's like 3 or 4 teams out there that already have 2 first round picks this coming draft, and the crop is dwindling. We thought there'd be 6 perfectly good guys to choose from, and that's like cut in half. And yeah, I mean, at least if you go to Tankathon right now, we're first overall, baby.
Oh, it's not new. Aaron Glenn, there's a big thing with him this past week. We are not the same old Jets. Number 1 in Tankathon kind of sounds like same old Jets to me. I don't know. Oh man, I feel like I'm being super negative. Dude, 0-3 is 0-3. Like, how many teams go to the playoffs when they start 0-3?
I don't know what's worse to you though, 0-3 or being 0-2 in 1-score games.
Well, the best you could be if you were 0-2 in 1-score games is 1-2. Which, if you were 1-2 and you had 2 close games and your losses, that would feel pretty good actually. Right now, that would feel like what I wanted this team to look like this year, feisty. So I'm gonna say 0-3. 0-3 feels worse, dude. If you got that big goose egg in the win column, that feels really bad. The deeper you get into the season, the bigger that goose egg gets to me.
I harken back to last year and all those one score games we lost, and now it's a new regime, even some different players on the table, and we're still 0-2 in one score game. It's rough, man. That's all. But
So I did have. Hold on.
we got to learn how to win. That's the thing. We learn how to win.
I had a stat pulled up here. Let me find. I can find it real quick. Hold on.
Modine, I'm with you. Trade that number one pick, get a boatload for it. The only problem is our fan base, in the span of time it would take for us to spend the boatload, our pets' heads would be falling off. We would be eating each other, cannibalistic style. Like, I'm kidding. Don't come for me, YouTube. This channel is not monetized. But at the same time, or FCC for that matter, at the same time, this fan base can't.
Let me be me, so let me see. Sorry.
Try to shut me down on YouTube.
TV.
We can't even handle 0-3. I can't imagine what we would look like next year if we don't take a quarterback and we also start 0-3. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, it's who cares? It's about getting to the Super Bowl the fastest, right? Anyways, you were looking for something, Murph. You found it.
Yeah.
What is it?
And I wanted to read it just because if I tried to spitball it off the top of my head, I would probably butcher it. This was the Jets' 5th loss since the start of last season when leading in the final 2 minutes of the 4th quarter. That's the most in the NFL and 2 more than any other team. So, yeah, for the second time in 3 games, they lost on a field goal in the final 2 minutes. So, Dane, you were bringing that up. I wanted to emphasize your point. That's alarming because, 2 of those now is under Aaron Glenn out of the 5, which is league leading, Aaron Glenn says we're fighting, like we're gritty. The team is, they showed some grit. They fought, blah, blah, blah. Well, how gritty are they if they're still losing the game, though? How gritty is that defense that gave it up after Will McDonald did everything he could to put us back in that game? Run defense aside, sorry.
I guess we spoke all off season. I mean, I at least know that I was quick to point out that we played 3 playoff teams right off the bat, and how it would show us what this team was made of right off the bat. Blah blah blah. I don't think I'm deviating from that or like oblivious to that fact. I just think it's the optics of how we lost, how we played, just so little, like, the consistency. It was the key. Like, anything we did good in our successful 4 or 5 quarters out of 12, anything we did good, we weren't able to sustain, wasn't able to come back up. And I know, like, Fields went down, Tyrod came in. Well, guess what? Quincy Williams is down. Guess what? McCurry Ball is down. Guess what? Sauce is still working his way through concussion protocol. Reynolds, who the fuck knows? Jermaine, yeah, he's practiced fully this week. Is he 100%? We don't know. AVT obviously went down way long ago. But, like, I don't know, man. Surest way to fix it is establish the run game with the best chance you have at doing it. Braylon Allen. Braylon Allen has had like 7 carries the last 2 weeks. Can we give him 7 in the first quarter? I want to see it, man. I want
Yeah.
to see it.
Dude, you have been preaching that.
I want to
And
see
I'm
it,
not
man.
going to say that that's a false, like, that's a bad script to follow. Like, I'm not going to say that. We have kind of struggled in the run game, but have we really committed to it, though? Is kind of the question. And then also, have we committed to Braylon, really? You know?
Oh no, not at all. He
It
had
feels like,
one carry in the Bill game or
yeah,
something.
it
and
feels
then,
like they're really wanting him just for those short yardage situations. And the problem with that is that it gets predictable. You know, so if we get to the points where when we see 0 come into the game, we're like, load the box, you know, because they're going to run it right up the middle. But if we're giving him other carries and different types of carries, you know, C gap, halfback toss, halfback draw, whatever, you know, it kind of opens it up a little bit, because then it's like when they see 0 in the game, they're like, they might run to the outside, or, you know, whatever it may be. So they haven't committed to the run game fully. They've tried a little bit. They haven't committed to it fully, and they have not committed to Braylon Allen at all.
no, you know what's wild? Like blew the top out of my head. My brain went on a ceiling. Is when I saw Braylon Allen returning kickoffs last week. Did you see that?
I did.
They
That's
will
actually
use
not-
him, dude. They'll use him to return kicks, but they won't give him a first down carry.
Yeah, that's not super new, because we saw him his rookie year do that a little bit too, and Isaiah Davis as well. Actually.
Davis, I remember.
Yeah, I did see Braylon back there a couple times. I'm not against it either, to be honest. Like, if a dude's talented with a ball in his hands, put him back there. I don't care. But you
All
have
I'm
a point.
saying,
You have a point in saying, like, hey, like, dude, if he's getting more carries on fucking special teams than he is on the offense, like, that's probably a problem for your running back too. You know?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially when your running back one the last 2 weeks has 50 yards on 19 carries.
That's a problem, man. It's not even 3 yards a carry.
Nah.
Like, 3 yards a carry is bad. 2 yards a carry is like, what are we doing?
But he's good because he's got 4.1 on the year. Come on, bro. He had like 5.6 week one, and then abysmal and abysmal. So don't get me wrong, it's been 3 weeks, but I bet you any money that Angstran is about at his breaking point there. And he's going to have to get creative, like we've asked all along, and start using them situationally. Right now, there's no situationally. It's just Brees until you want to sprinkle in someone else. Maybe, like we talked about it, Brees is great when he has a full head of steam and he hits the line of scrimmage, not the hole, the line of scrimmage, more than 10.6 mile an hour, 8 yards a carry. When he doesn't hit it at 10.6 or above, and he hits it less, 2.6 yards per carry. So look at that. Is it pistol formation that he can't get up to full speed? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be more trends involving that as an OC I would want to plug into. And you really do have to, like, I don't care if you have to figure out ways for them both to be in the backfield to negate the fact of you saying, like, telegraphing things. Put them both back there. I mean, we don't use 3 and 4 wide receivers often, so, like, you have bodies.
Let's go 22 formation, man. Let's do it, dude. 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. Let's do it. I'm all about it, man. The one thing I'll say is, as far as I had a really good point to point out and I lost it. Damn whiskey.
Hey, that time of the night, folks, call-in
Yeah,
line is
yeah.
pinned, but not for much longer.
So, yeah, Brees Hall, you got to scheme the guy correctly. That's the thing with him, man. And I feel the same thing about Braylon Allen too. Like, I think any running back, you can't just be like, hey, run up the middle, and just expect it to work all the time. Like that's not how this shit works, man. Like you have to scheme things. Even your runs up the middle have to be schemed right. Like if you're playing some trickery and you're pulling a guard from the, like, let's say you're running a gap, sliding to the right of the center, right? Um, Pulling your left guard and having him hit that beside the right guard, and those two splitting that hole together along with the center holding his own. Like, do something like that rather than just like, hey, everybody do your best. Hey, offensive line, do your best. Just open up a hole. Like, okay, like sometimes that works, but not all the time, especially not if they're expecting it, you know? Um, as far as Brees, like the Brees thing, like it's really reminded me of like Dalvin Cook. That's the point I actually wanted to make. You mentioned how he has 4.1 yards per carry right now, and everybody knows like 4 is that number you want to hit, 4 and higher. But we see the tape, we've watched the games. It has not looked like 4.1 yards per carry Brees. Game 1, yes. Game 2 and 3, no. So we know, like, okay, he's actually not been good. But if you look at the stats and you see the 4.1 yards per carry, you're like, okay, it's good. It reminds me of Dalvin Cook, because that's how Dalvin Cook was for a long time. He was, 2 yards, 3 yards, 2 yards, -1 yard, 70 yards, and then next thing you know, he has like a 6 yards per carry thing, average or whatever. And it's like, well, okay, he broke that one carry because he's really fast and they schemed him right, and he got an open space, and he just, he did his thing. Well, that's what Brees is starting to feel like. And I don't want a back like that. I want a back that's going to give me at least 4 on every damn carry. Like, I want a back that is going to fight for every freaking yard. He's going to find whatever slither of a hole he can find, and he's going to fall forward every time, and he's going to get at least 3, at least 4 yards per carry, and occasionally he's going to break you a 20, 25 yarder, whatever it may be. That's what I want, personally. Like, this whole, I'm going to give you 20 carries, and you're going to get nothing on every one of them but one of them, but you're going to get 70 yards. That's not good enough for me. I don't care if statistically that looks good. It doesn't look good to me.
Dude, 19 carries for 50 yards again, guys. The last 2 weeks, 19 for 52.6. But he also had a 17-yard rush. Don't do the math on deducting that and looking at the rest of it. Don't do it. You'll pull your hair out, man. But Ricky's right. Running backs need volume. I think, it's troubling because we need more pass catchers. We need a better running game. And I feel like such easy thing is to give our sophomore running backs more smoke, and then you get Brees more on the pass catching. And I'm not talking about downfield. I'm talking about 0 to 5 yards. Do that with him 5 times a game, and then give the other guys some more rushes on first down, up the middle, off tackle, whatever it is. And it solves 2 birds with 1 stone. Maybe don't have Braylon returning kickoffs. I think that's a terrible idea. I don't care that he succeeded. Like, he's good, but like Isaiah Davis, I think, is our best. Consistently out to the 30, sometimes the 35. Love that kid in the return game. Even if that's all he does this year, fine by me. But yeah, hey, again, we're winding down here. I do see some good questions coming into the chat we're going to hit. But I just wanted to let you folks know if you do want to call in. I know Touche is a weekly guy. Charles Gorman, like that call-in line will not be pinned for very much longer. We're about at that dreaded roll. We're rolling into Saturday for Murph, and that's typically the cutoff. So if you want in, you got to get in now. But anyways, real quick, Bill M says, "Do you sense panic with the coaches? Is it too soon to say you see that, Murph?"
Actually, I'm going to say no. I don't. That doesn't mean that they're not like. That doesn't mean that they know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? Should they be maybe they should be panicked, but I'm not sensing the panic. Not yet. I think Aaron Glenn has, he's being cool right now. He's got a cool head on his shoulders. Like, he's like, all right, like, I like what I'm seeing out of this team. They're showing some grit, this and that, or whatever. Maybe he's just got it in his head. Maybe he expected this all year long. Like, hey, we're going to struggle, and then next year we're going to really hit the improvements. Kind of what I expected anyway. So, okay. I don't think they're panicking. I would like to see a little more urgency because I want to see us win, dude. Even on a throwaway year, this is a throwaway year, right? This is first year of the regime and stuff. Generally, that's a throwaway year. I still want to see something though. Like, I want to see some winning, but that's just, I don't know. I'm a Jets fan. I want to see us win. That's just how I am. I'm wired that way.
Murph, are you quote unquote built for this shit?
This shit? I don't know. I've been built for this shit, but this shit keeps coming. It's not stopping. I don't care how thick and tall of a wall you build. If the flood keeps coming, eventually it's going to topple over. I might be toppling over soon. I don't know, man.
It's like a soft serve machine with a bad valve, man. Just keeps coming.
Or me after Taco Bell night.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, Ricky chimes in. He did the math for us because we can't at this point of the night. 18 for 33, Murph. And I get it. A lot of people want to defend the guy, but like at some point you got to say, even the games he's looking adequate, is he a difference maker in them? Was he week 1? No. Anyways, off my soapbox for the night. It's just sad, man, because I don't want it to go this way, and I just saw it last year, had enough of it, knew I'd get more of it, and here I am getting more of it. I'm going to get another month of it probably, and then we're going to get a 6th-round pick or some shit. Because, let's face it, man, just keep him, and you get a comp pick. We have like 25 plus guys on expiring contracts, which means we should probably be active in free agency next spring. I don't count any comp picks before they hatch because we are going to cancel them out with signings. So if it's the difference between keeping him for maybe a comp pick or getting anything now, and I'm not just talking him, there's others too. I just haven't gone that route yet. Maybe 1 or 2 on IR. But comp pick game is a slippery slope, and again, we have a million guys on this roster to turn over. We cannot count on that.
Dude, I'm not thinking about a comp pick. Like, that is like the lowest thing on my in my thought process right now. This is a new team. like it's a new regime. And like you said, dude, 20 people out, that means we need to bring at least 20 in, So no comp picks, not likely, probably not going to happen, guys. We need to fill some holes, and we need to get the right guys in here, because right now they're dealing with, let's face it, right now Aaron Glenn and company are dealing with certain things that they probably don't want to deal with, that they would prefer to improve on, certain position groups, wide receiver, and so on and so forth. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of new guys coming in. There's no chance of us getting a comp pick for this coming off season. I think right now this off season is going to be a big one. They're going to be active. Muji's already proven that he's not afraid to be active when he needs to be. So I don't know. High hopes for next season, I guess.
Yeah. It just it's all a matter of expectations. We didn't have high ones. I forget your win total prediction. Mine was 9. And then when crunch time came out, I chopped it and I decided on 8. That's seeming rather lofty right now, but I'm not gonna back down from it yet. Because this team, I mean, hey, if they don't learn how to win all year, we got entirely bigger fish to fry than my final prediction this offseason. But if we do learn how to win in an adequate amount of time, there's still 8 winnable games. But our biggest problem is in our reflection, man. You know what? Murph, I see you multitasking. I feel like we need invigorized.
Where did Sexy Fox come from, Dane?
Sexy
did you do that
Fox.
last week or something? Or 2 weeks ago?
I did. You just caught on.
I just saw it for the first time.
And to be clear, guys, what the hell he's talking about is he had some weird name underneath him, and I don't know. I forget the context, but I switched it under his name to say Sexy Fox 23, and it was there for like an hour, and yeah.
I never noticed it. Oh, well. Gray Fox maybe would be more appropriate.
Hey, gray can be sexy too, okay?
Oh, there are those that think it is.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't got there, Murph, yet, but one day you will.
Might be 1 or 2 in here.
Oh.
Dude, I'll tell you, man, if we keep losing games like this, there's going to be a whole lot right here.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Honestly, let me ask you. Scott just joining us. I got to ask you the very first question. We were group chatting at the time, but tell the audience, you see us lining up for a field goal block, but the field goal would put us into a 2-score game, so it's pretty much the death nail. Thoughts pre-snap on that play?
I just thought he was going to make it, and then the Jets were going to lose by 9, especially because I had just flipped over from watching the Eagles win on the same damn thing. Literally 2 plays in a row, I saw that. It's not going to happen. So, yeah, I just figured, he'd make it. Kickers don't miss many field goals these days. And I don't know if you can consider a block a miss, but it is. I guess a real miss probably won't get returned for a touchdown.
Murph, I send the same question to you. Before the Will McDonald play, was anything running through your mind? Because something was running through mine, but I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah, it was, hey, we fucking suck. That's what was running through my mind. I don't care that Tyrod scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Like, dude, we were gone. It was done. Will McDonald saved us.
Yeah.
And then we blew it. Fucking blew it.
Yeah, that game.
Talking about Joe, like,
Yeah, shout out X
come
Factor.
on, man. I don't know. Yeah, we suck. That was what was going through my mind. We were outclassed, just like I thought we would be. The Bucks are a better team. They're better coached. It was exactly as I expected. And then Will McDonald threw a wrench into it and got my hopes up, only for them to shit on it again.
You know what was going through my mind, man? And it wasn't even the Eagle game, which I did see. What was going through my mind was the last field goal attempt that they had. Will McDonald was screaming off the edge, and he was so close to blocking it. He runs into the kicker, though, like an idiot. And I was so pissed off at him. Then when they lined up for this one, I looked on the edge. I'm like, all right, Will, don't do it twice. He wasn't there. And I'm like, what the hell? Boom, ball snapped. And that happens. And I was stoked. But I was just thinking, man, he almost blocked one a quarter ago. Here he goes. This play, like, they're going to, special teams coordinators are going to have to start game planning for him. Whether he's on the edge, the middle, I don't care.
I want to say, too, like, he wasn't far off. That game-winning field goal, he wasn't that far off from that one either. And if you listen, like, you'd have to rewatch the broadcast, but I heard it loud and clear. You can hear him on the broadcast going, ugh! Like, because he is trying to dive to fuck. He was doing everything he could to try to block that last one too. But it's hard to block a field goal in the NFL, man. It don't happen very often. So if he would have pulled off 2 in a row, that'd have been crazy. But I don't know, man. He did what he could. You know, wasn't enough to save this team.
It seems like guys get close coming off the corner almost every kick, but they just never get it.
Yeah.
True.
But they saved that one for the biggest field goal attempt of the game.
Yeah, they did.
And that's, like you mentioned, that's special teams coach kind of saw, okay, I think we can pull this off here.
Now we used that. It's like, fuck. You know,
yeah, there's no way they were going to line him up in the middle again like that, because Tampa was waiting for it. So they had to put him on the edge for the last kick.
And yeah, and next week and the week after and the week after, like, I mean, he can line up in the middle, but the center is going to be expecting it now. So.
Well, he can line up in the middle and just jump. Just doesn't have to jump as high as he can, and he'll get one here and there doing that, especially on long field goals.
Yeah, he was right there many times last year. Even might have even deflected one or two. I feel like. I mean, fact check me, chat. But okay. Apart from that, Scott just joining us. You have the first take, man. What do you want to say? You saw some of the show. You saw the 3 games prior. You know what we're facing this Monday night. You know, the toilet bowl, as my thumbnail affectionately says, with Zach Wilson down in the corner. Thoughts on any of that? You have the floor, sir.
Well, for the toilet bowl, and I'm basing this only on what I watched each team do against Buffalo, I got to think Miami has the advantage. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised anything that could happen in this game. Blowout either way, close game either way. But if I had to bet my big toe on it right now, I'd take Miami.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
I'd be pretty confident that I'm 10 toes down. I'd be pretty confident I'm 10 toes down. I hate to say it, dude. I really would love us to be. Dude, if we're going to win games, at least win division games. Like I said, that's where that spark of hope for me is.
And
If we go 4 of our 8 games in the division, I don't care if we only win 5 games.
6.
6 would be great.
No,
6
no,
of
no.
8? Oh.
6 total.
6 total? Okay. I don't care if we only win 6 or 5 total, whatever it is. If we win 4 of our division games, half of them, then that shows me we know how to compete in our division. And that's the most important thing. Because there are plenty of teams that have won their division at like 9-8 or you know what I mean? Or 10-7. Like some divisions are just feisty. Teams are beating the shit out of each other. And there's no clear-cut winner. There's no 11 or 12 win team. But there's like a 9-8 or a 10-7 that happen to win more division games than the rest, and they got in the playoffs because of that. So that's what I want to see, because I want to see not only a division championship, but I want to see a playoff berth.
Murph's got some good Yogi Berra math going on tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. How many division games do we have, Murph? There's 3 other teams.
Yeah, I did 4 teams times 2.
We're just fucking with
I get it. Point proven.
But of all the teams, beat friggin' Miami, and that's how I feel.
Yeah, yes. And not only that, they're on the ropes. They're on life support. They had aspirations. We all said that they were out of their gourd. And now we have a chance to prove it. We can knock them down even further. We can make them 4th in the division a quarter way through the season. If we go out there and get shellacked, I'm not even this positive next week, man. I'm probably livid, so tune in.
I don't think they'll get shellacked. I don't think Miami's got enough defense to pull that off. But
neither do we. We don't have shit for defense, and Miami has always proven that they can score. So yeah, they could shellac us. You know, Justin Fields goes out there and completes 3 fucking balls again, and Miami scores 38 on us because they've proven they can do that. What are we going to do? You know, 38-10, boom, shellacked. As far as I'm concerned,
that's a shellacking, no doubt. I do think the Jets will be able to move the ball. That's all. They may not stop them from scoring much. I think it's going to be a fairly high-scoring game unless the Jets can just control it, control the clock, control the game, keep Miami off the field. But, yeah, they look pretty good against Buffalo. I don't know if you guys watched that game or not, but Miami looked pretty good against Buffalo.
That's how you should play a divisional game. Like,
well,
we never showed up for week 2, and that's so disheartening.
Yeah, at home.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, if I'm betting toes on it, I'm going Miami. But,
keep your toes, man. Keep your toes, or else you're never fit in these high heels here, as Hazel would say.
But some of the games that we thought weren't, well, some of us thought wouldn't be winnable. Like for me, Dallas and Cincinnati, they're looking pretty winnable now. And those teams are saying the same thing about playing the Jets, obviously. But will CeeDee Lamb be back in time for the Jets game? Of course, Joe Burrow's going to be out.
Do they need CeeDee Lamb?
Murph, man, Murph is on one tonight.
I don't know. Dude.
No, Murph, I'm with you. But
Until this defense proves they can stop somebody,
but
how can we win a game?
Before the season, and especially before trading Micah, the CeeDee Lamb injury, did you think we had a chance against Dallas? Well, before the season, everyone thought we had a chance against everybody. Murph wasn't as bad as some, but that was an automatic. That was an automatic loss for me.
I will say that it wasn't like 100% clear cut like the Ravens. You know what I mean? It wasn't like that for me because for whatever reason, I feel like we do play the Cowboys good. I know we got, since that's our word tonight, shellacked by them a year or two ago. But aside from that, like Darnold beat them. Like I remember, and the reason I remember these is because I was married to a Cowboys fan at the time. I was married for 8 years to a Cowboys fan, and it felt like we were winning almost every one of them games. So I got to put it to her in more ways than one. So the Cowboys, for whatever reason, seems like one of those teams that doesn't intimidate me. Like as a Jets fan, like we've always like kept up with them or beat them. So it wouldn't surprise me to beat the Cowboys even before the Micah Parsons trade and even before the CeeDee Lamb thing. But generally, I'm never going to bet on them. You know, I mean, I think the Cowboys are a better team, or at least better coached, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we said we would do this every damn week like we did last week or last year. We've also forgotten 3 weeks in a row. So I need to ask you guys, no point spread, straight money line. We're going to go through this if you have a minute. Chat, I want you to chime in, please, as well. I think I'm going to take the Seahawks in the first matchup, but you guys can have the Cardinals. With the second one, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. Any volunteers to take that one first? What I want from you is to tell us, not even details if you don't like, but who is winning these games? We got, what, Carson Wentz versus Aaron Rodgers? Is it J.J. McCarthy, possibly? I don't know.
I think it's Carson Wentz.
I think it is going to be Carson Wentz. I think JJ is going to be out a couple weeks at least.
Crack it, Scott. Crack it.
Oh, you see that bad boy?
I know, but I just know. Hey,
there you go.
9%er.
I'm going to go ahead and start off. I don't really think I need to get too much into this game. Minnesota's got it. They're a better team.
Minnesota, even
regardless of the quarterback. Like I think that Kevin O'Connell, he's a hell of a coach, dude, and they got a hell of a team surrounding Carson Wentz. I think that's a given.
9:30 a.m. Is that in London or some shit?
Ireland.
Yeah.
Ireland. That matters. Ooh, that
yeah,
matters.
I'll go Minnesota as well. I think having Carson Wentz as their quarterback gives them a better chance to win than if it was J.J. McCarthy.
Should I keep score for everybody this year?
Would you like to?
You want me to write it down? Would it be easier if I did it?
Yeah. Oh, if you got it. Yeah. Can you get all 27 chatters too, please?
No, that's not happening. Too much whiskey tonight for all that.
Almost got him, chat. Sorry.
And I like the Anthony Mason in the backfield for Minnesota as well.
Jordan.
Oh yeah, Anthony might be okay playing tackle. Jordan Mason, yeah. I don't know. I just think he brings a different oomph to that Minnesota running game than Aaron Jones does.
You know, I feel like I've seen him run really well before, and I just can't place when it was.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, honestly, I have him. I have him in Dynasty, and he cooked last week.
Yep.
Cooked. We know that O line has always fielded a good rushing game, and he just needed an opportunity. Aaron Jones is down. Jordan Mason getting his number called, and he took the most of it, man. I uh, I think you're onto something. I if this was like Sunday night football in Pittsburgh, I would pick Pittsburgh. I would, and I would go against you guys, but uh, well, who knows? Maybe you would too, but Minnesota, Minnesota. We saw them overseas last year. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They beat the hell out of Rodgers.
And Salah never came home.
Yeah, he had to get his own flight home.
Yeah. So, Vikes, I think every single person who voted said Minnesota. Way to go, Murph.
Does that include you too? Both of you guys?
It
Yeah.
does.
Okay.
Chalk,
Just checking.
chalk pick. Battle of the Maroons. Yeah, that's not ever going to be a thing. Washington at Atlanta. And no Jaden Daniels. I won't know all the injuries, but I do know that.
McLaurin's out also.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm still going with my guy, the Duck, Marcus Mariota. Let's go, baby.
Great backup. I'm going to go Atlanta to bounce back.
I'm going Atlanta. I think it's a bounce back game for them. I'm not saying that they're going to be a great team this year. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this feels like a trap game for Washington. Like it feels like a bounce back game for Atlanta. I'm going Atlanta.
When you're ready, Murph, I got you. Good.
Oh,
Saints at Buffalo Bills. The spread is probably 38 points. It's like a college football game.
I think it's actually 15.5, which is a damn high NFL spread. I think that's what I saw. Anyway, I'll go Saints. No, give me Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah, that's across the board Buffalo. Come on.
They may go undefeated in that stadium in its final year.
No, I don't know about that, but
Aren't the Jets going to get them week 18?
Not if they care about that statistic, you know?
Hey, how cool though would it be? They got Belichick his last game, and then they get the Bills their last game in the stadium. That'd be kind of cool for a team that hasn't done a lot of good things for a long time.
Shots fired. Bill M says the Redskins, and I quote, all day.
Yeah. Bill M's a smart guy.
I think Bill M's talking to me and you, Murph.
well, Mr. Bill M, maybe you should get the name right first. It's the Commanders.
So much better. All right.
I'm a Skins guy too. Might as well just change the name back. Go ahead.
What was our word of the night, Murph?
Shellacked.
You know what's in the middle there? LAC, baby. Chargers versus Giants at MetLife. Do you like the lack or do you like Big Blue?
It's LAC all day.
Give me the lack.
Let's bring back shellac, please. We're just going to take it upon ourselves. Everybody says mollywopped, and it gets so annoying to hear over and over and over. Bring back shellacked. Anyways, chalk pick, just like the one before it. Now we have Cam Ward at CJ Stroud. Oh, baby. Thoughts on Titans going into Houston? Sounds like they know those cities.
I'm taking Houston in a close, low-scoring game.
You got to feel like the Titans are going to win one eventually, but I don't know if it's this one. I'm going to go Houston.
Yeah, I like Houston until Nick Chubb inevitably goes down.
Woody,
Agreed.
let's go. Woody Marks, come on.
Yeah, indeed, man. Keep him on the bench. I don't know, man. I'm not a Stroud believer at all. But Cam Ward,
He's looking rough.
outside of one throw, crossbody, red zone, touchdown, lucky as hell. I don't see much there. And it's not all him, but Houston, I'm with Scott. Low scoring, nail biter, divisional game, Houston. All right. Brownies at Lions. I'll go first, and if I'm not back, can someone do the next one? I think I'm going to lean Lions, although the Browns did show some fight last week.
I'm going to more than lean Lions. I'm going to tip all the way over for the Lions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, the fact that the Browns won last week makes me think the Lions are going to win it even more this week. You know what I mean? Like, if the Browns had lost last week, I might have thought, like, maybe trap game, you know? But, like, they got it out of their system. Like, hey, you won a game. All right, now you're going to get shellacked by the Lions. So.
And it's in Detroit, you know, indoors.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Lions, like, after game one, I think they feel like they have something to prove.
Yeah, they were embarrassed.
Yeah, so I think that there's going to be a good 6 games before we see any weakness out of the Lions again. Moving on, we have the Carolina Panthers at the New England Patriots. Now, this is an interesting one. It could potentially be tight. Scott, would you like to start us off there?
Sure. I'm going Patriots at home. Even after the 30-0 shellacking that the Panthers gave Atlanta last weekend.
Well, if I believe everything I read, Drake May is him, right?
That's what it sounds like.
Ooh, dude, I want to go just, I don't even want to pick the Panthers. Can I just pick Ted McMillan?
I can write Ted on here if you want.
Patriots in a close, low-scoring affair.
I am going to agree, and I'm going to say that the same rule as last week applies to this week. If the Panthers had not won last week, I would feel more confident in them winning this week. But because they got it out of their system, a bad team got their loss, I'm going to say that they're not going to get shellacked, but they're going to lose.
We're getting some Panthers love in the chat.
Unless you paid me. I feel that.
If you want the Panthers, go ahead and super chat down below in the comments section. One day. Next, good.
I was just say, Dane, next year you oughta, like you have for the last man standing, do one of those where we just pick every game so it's right there. You know, you just go in, make all your picks.
And we can review them on here. Yeah. Dude, it's same with fantasy. Like, we get a fantasy league one. I want to preview the matchups like the day before. That would be so fun. But we got to get these chatters involved.
Yep.
All right. As bad as that and maybe like the previous 3 games have sounded, give or take one, the next one should be good. And I want to throw it out there. Eagles going into the Buccaneers, where we just were. 1 o'clock, so it could be 90 degrees again, 120 on the field, who knows? Thoughts on that?
I think there's been some drama with this game. I've seen some things on socials and stuff. There's a little shit talking going on and stuff. And I think if there's a guy that is all about backing up his shit talking, it's Baker Mayfield. And you can say, and I will admit, I am on the Baker train. I think Tampa Bay is going to pull this off and give the Eagles their first loss of the season.
Bucks going for a 2 seed, huh?
I'm starting to figure out Murph and Baker Mayfield. I think Murph is like Baker's stunt double. Those son guns look quite a bit alike.
I see it. They look so much alike. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baker just got to grow some facial hair. Despite Todd Bowles historically doing a great job against Hurts, I'm gonna go with the Eagles. I just think Tampa Bay is banged up. Even Baker's got an elbow or something going on, so I'm going Eagles.
Yeah, his hand or some shit. Like I thought that would pay dividends. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, man. I wish I could pick the Bucks here. I gotta go Eagles as well. I think that pass rush will capitalize on a banged up O-line. Unlike us. I know, 27 holding calls. Well, holding calls don't get you. Holding calls aren't drive killers if Brandon Stevens is giving up a 90% completion rate. Okay, if you've watched this show since we started, you're a maniac. A Dane-miac or some shit, but you've heard the completion percentage against Brandon Stevens, how bad it is. Yeah, anyways, long story short, Eagles. Next up, Colts 3-0 going into the Dome. That is the LA Rams.
I got the Rams.
I kind of like what the Colts have been doing, running with Jonathan Taylor, playing it safe with Daniel Jones, but still letting him do his thing. I think that's a sneaky good team. I don't think they're quite on the caliber of a Super Bowl winning organization and coach as Sean McVay. I'm going to go with the Rams. I think it's going to be a good game. That's a game that I think people should, pay attention to because it'll probably go to the wire. I'm going to go Rams, though. Dane, you're muted.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've done that.
You're on a streak too, dude.
Yeah, damn, fuck. It's this damn Yeti in high heels back here that's distracting me. So glorious. But oh man, I have not been plugged into the Colts. I know they're 3-0, obviously. Daniel Jones, I know, looks sharp. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Great sticker. Man, we gotta go against the grain here if we're gonna win. What did you guys say again?
Rams.
We both went Rams, dude.
Devontae Adams may not be playing, Dane. He hasn't practiced all week with a hammy.
deviate later. Okay. All right. Rams. Not that I don't want to pick the Colts, but I see a game or two where I am going to go against the grain, and I don't want to cancel it out. So, next up, we have, wow, clear across country, and I don't mean that lightly. Jacksonville going all the way to San Francisco when, from what I hear, Purdy is going to play. Thoughts on that matchup? You guys and chat. MC Mays on it early. He says 49ers. Amid says squatch it, meaning the thumb. Squatch it. I like it. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, you know I don't want to ever pick the 49ers. But I'm going to have to. Give me the Niners. And I hope I missed it.
I'm with you. Niners. McCaffrey has looked way better than I thought he would. I'll say that first and foremost.
Yeah, I was literally thinking that exact thing earlier today. I was like, damn, McCaffrey's actually, I thought this was the fall off year. I thought he was done, dude. Thought he was cooked. Nope. Right back at it.
He's not doing a lot running the ball, but in the passing game is where he's crushing it.
What a novel concept.
You know what that reminds me of?
He's a way better receiver than Breece Hall ever would hope to be.
Try it, though.
You know what that reminds me of, though? Because I remember a running back that was a really good running back for a while, and he came to the Jets, and he had an effective season, but it was more in the pass game than the run game. Do you want to name who that player was?
Oh,
I do.
Shoot.
Go ahead, Scott.
I'm trying to remember his name.
It was towards the end of his career.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
The guy from the Bears?
It was LaDainian Tomlinson.
Oh, LT.
Yeah.
Thomas Jones.
If you remember that year, he was actually more effective in the pass game, like those dump offs and stuff like that, than he was in the rush game because it was towards the end of his career, so he couldn't make the I don't want separation, but like make the yardage for himself. But if he was put in the right position, he could make something out of what he was given, you know. And that's kind of what McCaffrey's reminding me of. I'm wondering if he's getting to the point where he's cooked, but he's still effective if you use him the right way. Hence, in the passing game.
It's a good way to extend your career too. I feel like it's not running.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I say all that to say San Francisco's winning.
The chat agrees. Outside of Bill M on screen here, he says Etienne pops off. Hey,
nice. I won't be mad.
Bill M, you will be here next week, man. We're gonna review your answers. If I can pour through this chat Monday through Thursday.
Hey, Bill M, will Brian Robinson ever pop off? He's killing me.
Maybe Travis Hunter will play 16 positions, and
he needs to play one and try to be good at it.
All right, chalk on the Niners. Next one, kind of big, kind of bold. Lamar versus Kermit. Who you got?
Give me the Ravens.
In Arrowhead. In Arrowhead.
I just don't think KC is what they used to be, man. I got to go Ravens. I can't. Yeah.
Here's your opening, Dane, right here.
It is, and I'm not. It's purely strategic. Patrick Mahomes in Arrowhead. Oh man, I have a vested interest in Pacheco and Kareem Hunt getting going. Okay. I don't know that it's this week. Man.
Did you
Lamar,
see
though,
did you
lost a
see what
heartbreaker.
did you see what two Lions running backs did against them?
Against whom?
Against Baltimore Ravens?
Nope. Good. Tell me. Lay it on me.
They did whatever they wanted to do.
Oh, good.
They killed the Ravens.
Are you pushing me over to the Chiefs side, Scott? I see
I'm
you.
just giving you hope for your fantasy team that you have those two scrubs as your running back.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
Okay, that's RB2. I got to start Pacheco, right?
Well, who is who as compared to the Lions backfield?
I would say Pacheco is Gibbs and Hunt is Montgomery.
Montgomery had more rushing yards. I mean, I think he rushed for like 150.
Dude, that's a horrible. Dane, like the type of back is right, but my God, those are different levels of players, aren't they?
Totally.
Facts. I think what Scott's trying to say though is the bruiser succeeded more than the speed guy. Maybe it'll happen again. I don't know if I've even seen speed out of Pacheco though. Dude, Lamar lost a fucking heartbreaker last week, right to the Bills. Was that
Yeah, and he's
last?
not. Yeah.
Yeah, that is so hard, but it's in Arrowhead. Chat. I mean, they're all over the map. I'll go Casey. Just let's make it interesting. Let's see who wins this thing. I'm going Casey.
You didn't learn on the Super Bowl last year, huh?
I was already writing Baltimore for your fucking name, and you changed it up on me.
Casey. Oh man.
That's all
We
right.
got
I'll
this.
scratch it out.
KC gonna drop another one? Well, I don't know.
Well, and Baltimore maybe could have won the game against Detroit, but Henry fumbled again.
Or against, was that Detroit or Buffalo?
Both.
Oh,
He fumbled
yeah.
against Detroit, and then Detroit put it away.
Rich says, and I quote, Baltimore is gonna shellac the Chiefs.
That way, Rich.
End quote. All right, next up, Bears, and they got a franchise quarterback, don't they? Going into Raiderland, the black. I don't even know if that's not the black hole anymore, right?
That was in the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah. All right, but we do. Brock, I saw the Raiders last week. I feel like Brock Bowers was just out there as a decoy, wasn't really utilized at all. I have a feeling he'll look. I'm going Raiders here.
Is he healthy?
He wasn't last week, but I would imagine he's closer. But I don't even know. I don't know that it matters. Yeah, I don't know that it matters.
Yeah, I don't know. Not like Chicago's any great shakes.
Murph, you wanna go against the grain?
No, I actually had already written down LV under my name. We're going Raiders here. Believe in Geno. You know, even if Brock Bowers ain't doing it, Trey Tucker apparently is out of fucking nowhere. 36 fantasy points.
Do you
not
understand
to mention Jacoby Myers. I don't know if he's healthy or not. But you know they've been a little competitive in their games. They can't run worth a damn because their offensive line blows. But I still see the Raiders doing it because Chicago just blow it, dude. They suck. I know they won last week, but yeah, that's one of those.
I will say Rome has looked good. I mean, he wasn't built in a day, but he seems to be coming around.
Oh.
He does, but they have nothing else. I mean, Cole Kmet even hasn't done much. Yeah. Anyways, on to another decent. Well, you would think, looking at this a month ago, you'd say this is a decent matchup. Is it still? I don't know. Sunday Night Football. Pack going into Cowboys Stadium. Thoughts?
Green Bay and a shellacking.
Ooh, okay. Now those are two franchises that had some pretty interesting games
Yes.
over the years. I remember there's a playoff game several years ago when Aaron Rodgers was still with Green Bay. That was a hell of a game. I'm gonna go. I don't think Green Bay, after losing like they did, upset like they did, I don't think they're going to come back and lose another one to a team that is maybe not definitely not as inferior as the Browns are, but an inferior team. Green Bay is going to take this one.
How Green Bay as well, but how many sacks for Parsons?
Raiders in a pillow fight. Well, if you listen to Jerry Jones, he says they know how to play against Parsons. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's never stopped, or that's always stopped people before, right?
Javonte Williams running right at him. That's what I'm doing.
We all went Go Pack, I believe, so we can just watch that with, nobody picking the Cowboys. I'm looking at the chat, but it's all crickets for the Cowboys.
All Packers.
Did you see that picture of CeeDee Lamb's leg?
Oh, yeah. Murph had to share that thing. That was nasty.
It made me want an Auntie Anne's pretzel for some reason.
That does sound good.
All right, let's save the next one for last. We're gonna go Monday night 8:15. Running against us. Let's hope that we don't get to see anything, but maybe it's fourth quarter. Bengals. I assume Browning is starting. I don't know though. It's only a matter of time before they elevate Mike fucking White. But Bengals at Scott's 1B favorite team. I'm just kidding. Bengals at
you're okay there. I'm reading for the Broncos.
Broncos. Okay. Bengals, Broncos. Scott, take it away.
Come on. Easy, Broncos. And you know when Mike White will get activated, Dane?
Week 9.
Whenever week they play the Jets.
Facts. Murph, I can go next unless you got yours ready.
So we're skipping the Jets Miami game. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do shots for that one.
Oh.
Sounds like you're gonna have a long shot there. We're going Denver, dude.
Denver in what, Murph?
What do you mean?
A shellacking?
Oh, yeah, probably a shellacking. Jake Browning looked like shit, so yeah, it's going to be a shellacking until he proves me otherwise.
Yeah, Denver, they won't lose until they go overseas, so I'm going to go Denver. I got a vested interest.
I almost missed that one.
Bo Nix has got to start cooking with his legs, baby. I think this is the week you see it. 50 yards on the ground and an anytime touchdown for Nix. Tilts the scales. Bold prediction. Yeah, Broncos as well as these guys. Think that about does it. Oh, wait, we forgot one. Hold on. You know what? Let me hit the chat. Broncos, Denver, Broncos. Everybody's on the Broncos. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Or wait, no. Cowboys still mad about. Oh, okay. So Havmo 63 with a picture of a jet. Is that a jet or a duck? Regardless, Cowboys, he says he is, what do they call that, the lone wolf? Oh. I forget which show used to do that, but he is the lone wolf on this panel. All right, let's get to it, man. Jets going back down to Florida again. Aaron Glenn still trying to get his game ball for his first victory. Going against McDaniel, who's trying to save his job. Thoughts on Jets at Fins? Any volunteers to go first?
Dolphins take it. Too much firepower. Too good of an offense. Our defense sucks. Dolphins take it.
Well, you know, I said if I had to bet a toe on it, I'm going Dolphins. So I'll stick with that. And I'll, you know, early before the season started, when we did our picks, I picked the Jets to win the home game against the Dolphins and then to lose in Miami. I'll stick with that. Dolphins. Here you go, Dane. Another chance for you to mix it up a bit.
Come on,
Is,
Mr. Optimist.
Fields going to play?
Nope.
Yes.
Maybe. Yes, he is actually.
If he passes,
Sauce going to play?
Probably.
MC2 going to arrive this year?
That's up for debate.
we already know who Dane's picking. Quit screwing around, Dane.
I'll take the Fins -3.
Really?
But yeah, they're gonna win by at least 3. Yeah, dude, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The only thing I don't want to see is us to show up like we did against Buffalo, and I am scared to death we will, and we get shellacked.
So we all should be taking Miami at the money line, huh?
Or you go -3 and you get even more money.
That's true.
I don't know, man. Do we see Zach Wilson this game?
Well, if we knock Tua out, we do.
What if we send Sauce on a blitz and he knocks him out like Bridgewater the first play of the game?
Well, don't send Sauce if that's what you want to do.
I mean, hey, you're right, especially coming off a concussion. I don't know, though. Like, in the years past, you had a concussion in the middle of a game. You'd be out that one and the next one. So, do we have Sauce?
In years past, you got to go back in the game if you knew what your name was. So, yeah. How far back do you want to go? We'll send Stevens on the blitz then. That way, at least he won't be in coverage.
Damn. Well, Scott just shellacked Brandon Stevens, Murph. Did you miss that?
Dude, Steven's been getting shellacked all the whole stream, man. I can't defend the guy. It is what it is.
It is. I don't know how many we were in disagreement on, but I think enough to be able to figure out who's the fairest of them all in the DZ. Chat cooking. Bill M is asking if I need a new co-host, whatever that means. I think he's shooting fires at someone. Modine chimes in. He says, extra, extra, read all about it. Fins blow Jets out 31-10.
Shit, well, then we had to take Jets -20.5. That really, or the Dolphins -20.5. That would really pay well.
I mean, can you just look at their logo? How can you be a serious franchise with a logo like this?
Booty cheeks.
How can you?
Why is
I
Zach
would.
Wilson pointing at me?
He loves you, Murph. He misses you.
Mind your business, Zach.
Hey, he's still in Denver gear, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Unfortunate. I don't know if there's many pictures of him in Miami.
Fair enough.
Good picks, guys. Let me get those off the screen. Chat, thank you for chiming in. You guys were excellent in your selections yourself. Modine says Bill is ready for his starring role. We need to get a Bill M call in.
Yeah.
Here soon.
Well, you know, if you want to apply for the job, you better call in first, right?
Yep. Hey, maybe he's just feeling sassy. Yeah, Murph. Yeah, we are.
The sassy shellackler. I don't even know what I said there. The 9%ers feeling pretty good.
That one is. I think I've had one or two of those this week. That is a good choice there, buddy. Not on show night though. It wrecks me. Like Murph starting with whiskey. Oh, phew. Can't do it, man, anymore. You know what? I need to. When we hit 500, guys, want to do a shot on stream for the first time in a year or so. I will. Let's do it, man. From what I hear earlier in the show, we had 491. I don't know if there's 9 fans still plugged in, so maybe we should root for a victory on Monday. But yeah, I think that about any final takes, anything you guys feel like you need to add, anything you want to get on tap before Monday Night Football. Maybe you just want to tell us what you will be watching Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern. Since it's the first Sunday, you'll get to actually scan around and see other games. Buy me a minute as I produce here, and we will wrap.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Dane, but I watched some other games last Sunday after the way the Jets were looking early on. I was like, you know, I'd rather watch some good football than dog shit. I don't care who it is. But I got back in time for the blocked field goal.
Sometimes it's always more enjoyable to watch other teams than the Jets. And that's a shame. I don't know about that early slate. I don't know how many of those games are going to be good. I mean, maybe Pitt and Minnesota might be good. Washington, Atlanta, we were split on that, so maybe that'll be good. I don't know, but some of those like 4 o'clock games and stuff.
Not great games this week. Outside of, well, maybe.
Okay, the Eagles and Bucks. I didn't realize that was 1 o'clock.
That could be good. Baltimore, KC, maybe the Rams and the Colts. The Colts are for real.
Yeah. Those are the 2 games I'm probably watching this Sunday.
Let me ask you this, because for me, this is something I am intrigued at, and that's Chargers Giants. I do want to see Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
I have to see it to believe it, though. That's my thing, you know.
Yeah.
I am intrigued, though.
Yeah, because that's another guy, you know, that was there for the taking. But
I want to
also,
see him.
good.
I want to see him feed neighbors. I know that.
Yeah, you know what? 1 o'clock, I will be mostly watching out for my fantasy team. I might do a red zone channel watch along if anyone in the chat. You know, I know Green Beans firing all cylinders with Frankie and Chaos, and you know, Jets Richie is going, but like, well, no, I guess they won't be. If you want to watch Red Zone, or you want to, you know, watch Red Zone with me, alongside me, maybe I'll do that, because I don't get to watch Red Zone when the Jets are playing, so something to do. Tune in. Maybe we'll hit 500 and we can celebrate. Nah,
There you
we're
go.
saving that next Friday. Be here or be square unless we're still at 490.
Bears Raiders could maybe be an entertaining game. That one might light up the scoreboard a little bit.
Do you care if New England keeps losing?
I mean, I love it. Anytime New England loses is a win to me.
I'll keep an eye on that too. Yeah. We traded for a corner. We didn't talk about it. Last second thoughts as we're all about to die here. Last second thoughts on adding a corner. Is it more Sauce? Is it more Stevens? Is it more just a good player to add? Anything you got?
Can't hurt the depth for one. I didn't realize he was hurt. It sounds like he might even play for a few games.
Big game for Waddle.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see this new guy, Brownlee, Sunday. I do like his intensity and his passion, something the back end of our defense doesn't really have right now. So, cool, good chat, cooking still. Feel free to keep cooking, chat. I think we're done here, guys. Hell of a show, Murph. You made it 4 hours. Appreciate you, bro. We picked our games. Good to go. Thank you, if you're listening, for visiting the Danger Zone this Friday night. Jets 0-3 and heading into maybe one of their very few primetime games of the year. At least standalone, they have a few, but primetime, one of their few.
Hey, Dane.
Yeah.
How about a little college football talk?
Only if we let Murph go. I think he's ready to.
I'm cool for a little bit.
All right. Well, SF Scott is SF for San Francisco or for Scott?
I was going to say that earlier. I was going to give him shit about that earlier.
It's for Sexy Fox.
Woo. There we go.
All right. What you got, college? Talk to us.
Well, Alan, I don't know if you saw Alan was in here. He said he would lay the points on the Penn State Oregon game. Who's favored? I don't even know.
I think it's Penn State by like 2.5, but let me double check.
Okay. So he wants the Nittany Lions.
Penn State -3.5. He's saying Penn State by at least 4.
Well, if he's saying he will lay the points, right? That's what that means. So
I think,
yeah.
I'm gonna go Oregon in that game.
There you go, Murph.
They played last year.
It was a good game too.
They won by 7.
Tez went off.
Dylan Gabriel, though, a whole
Didn't
different
it
ball
start
game.
off really shitty though? Like, didn't it? Like, wasn't the Oregon like beating the shit out of them in the beginning, and then Penn State came back? Am I remembering that right?
That might be. Sounds familiar. But I've watched a lot of Oregon games where it's been exactly like that.
I don't fully believe in the quarterback Oregon has. I don't. But tomorrow will tell me a lot.
He's young.
Yeah.
And some people talk like their defense is different this year, but I'll believe it when I see it against some big boys. I imagine Penn State will probably run the ball pretty well on them. So that's my worry.
Yeah, it's one to watch for sure. I want to see Aller more than anything, but the Ducks need to win. They need to win. I mean, undefeated last year, undefeated this year. Keep it going, baby.
Yeah, until they really counted and they got waxed. No, they got shellacked.
Shellacked.
by the Buckeyes.
They got shellacked for sure.
We got a bum draw though too, man. What a deal that was.
If you're picking fifth and 4 quarterbacks go, do you take Jeremiah Smith?
I don't know. That first game, he looked kind of rough, dude. I'm not gonna lie, and it could have been rust. It could have, I mean, what? I don't know, but look at Marvin Harrison this year, right? He's having a rough year. It doesn't mean he's gonna have a shitty career, but I don't know. Ohio State is wide receiver U, but that doesn't mean every receiver they produce is going to be a stud. So I'm cooling on that a little bit. Like, if it's the best player aside from quarterback available, it may not be Jeremiah Smith. It could be an edge or something, We would have to revisit that later when I know a little bit more about some of these other players.
Yeah, Dom C is talking up a defensive guy. I've avoided the conversation as a whole, but he is talking up one.
Who's that?
I don't know. I could tell you in 20 minutes, but he's talking up one that he says after quarterbacks will be the next guy. But we do need a receiver. That's why I asked, and we saw what he did to Oregon. Well, it was not even just him last year, I don't think, but
they did whatever they wanted.
Anything to add besides the Oregon Penn State game, Scott, before we wrap?
In regards to college football or just life in general?
Just to be clear, too, I'm taking Oregon. But anything you want, Scott, that's 60 seconds or less.
Well, Ricky's boys lost a tough one tonight in double OT. Virginia beat them at home. I feel like there's a couple good games tomorrow.
LSU and Ole Miss.
Okay. There you go.
Georgia, Bama.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I'll probably, I'll focus in on Oregon, try to get some stuff done before that. But yeah, these games are much better than Georgia and Wichita State and all that bullshit we've seen in the first few weeks.
The School of the Blind.
Even Arizona and Iowa State might be a good one.
Okay.
Watch Rocco Becht.
Oh, yeah.
With Iowa State. Maybe he'll lead them to 5-0. Who knows? There's good games on this slate.
Indiana, too. 3:30.
USC and Illinois.
I think is Indiana playing Iowa?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Iowa. It's the only thing going on, I think, in the state.
And the Cornhusking Championship.
All right. Well, the chat has said their goodbyes. So have we. I think that does it. Good night, brother.
Clancy.
Brothers.
Welcome back, Clancy.
Co-host of the year. Sorry, Wudi.
Still got a little bit left.
Down it. You gotta get yourself some crown before next Friday, gentlemen. Fair warning.
I got a bottle I'm ready to crack. It's not crown, but Basil Hayden.
I gotta get me some, so I will. Good night, fellas. Good night, chat. That's a wrap. Peace.
Later, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. JTS.